Imagine getting your jaw broken twice, your soldiers turned to red mist, and your master plan vaporized by a green-haired kid in alien drip. That's what happened when Tech Jacket Deku decided to stop playing hero and start collecting war crimes. He sealed dimensions, erased All for One soul with a fucking beam. Izuku Midoriya is the definition of don't test me.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
Dagobah Beach at 4:47 a.m. smelled like rust and failure. The ocean pushed salt air against a mountain range of garbage that had been accumulating for over a decade. Collapsed refrigerators stacked against broken television sets, car doors half buried in sand, the skeleton of what might have been a boat, or might have been someone's living room furniture, depending on how optimistic you were feeling about humanity's organizational skills. The city had forgotten this beach existed. The residents who lived close enough to smell it had stopped complaining years ago, because complaints require the belief that someone is listening. Nobody was listening. The garbage stayed. The ocean pushed against it every morning, and every morning the garbage pushed back, winning through sheer inertia, through accumulated weight, through the fundamental reality that society generates more waste than it generates people willing to deal with it. Izuku Midoriya was the exception. He was 14 years old. His arms burned from the bicep to the wrist with the particular ache of muscles that have been loaded past their comfortable range every morning for 8 consecutive months. His palms were scarred, thick white lines across the heel of each hand, where rusted metal had bitten through his work gloves in the first month before he learned to identify which edges were dangerous by sight. His knuckles carried calluses that belonged on someone a decade older. He was hauling a washing machine across 20 feet of sand toward the growing pile of sorted recyclables near the seawall, his feet digging for purchase with every step, his breathing measured and efficient because he had learned to ration oxygen during these morning sessions the way a diver learns to ration air. He did this alone. Every morning, before the sun came up, before anyone else was on the streets, before school and its particular brand of daily reminder that Izuku Midoriya existed in a category the world had already decided about. Quirkless. The word carried weight in every room he entered because people put weight on it the way they put weight on a medical diagnosis, as though the absence of a superpower was a condition rather than a fact. 4 years old when the doctor confirmed it, 10 years of living inside that confirmation, 10 years of watching classmates develop abilities that ranged from minor novelties to genuine forces of nature, while he developed calluses and notebooks and the stubborn, iron-core refusal to accept that a missing genetic expression defined the boundaries of his life. The beach was his answer to all of it. If he could not be strong the way the world measured strength, he would be strong in the way the world ignored. The slow, grinding, invisible strength of someone who shows up before dawn and hauls broken appliances through sand until his legs shake. He had done the math. At his current pace, he would have the beach clear in another 4 months. He kept a progress log in notebook number 14, sandwiched between pages of combat analysis for pro heroes he would never be, and diagrams of rescue techniques he would never be licensed to use. The log was meticulous. The handwriting was small and neat. Nobody had asked to see it. He dropped the washing machine onto the sorted pile and stood with his hands on his knees, breathing hard, watching the sky shift from black to the first orange suggestion of dawn. The ocean was flat this morning, unusually still, the kind of surface that reflected light in long, unbroken sheets. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand and turned back toward the garbage mountain for the next piece. The light appeared before the sound. It started as a point, white-blue, moving too fast to be a plane, at an angle that was wrong for anything manufactured on Earth. It crossed the visible sky in under 2 seconds, and in those 2 seconds, Izuku's brain, the brain that had cataloged every flight-capable pro hero in Japan by speed, altitude, and signature visual marker, ran its full recognition library and found 0 matches. The object was descending. The angle said something catastrophic had happened in the upper atmosphere, the kind of uncontrolled entry path that meant systems had failed rather than engaged. It was trailing something that looked like burning atmosphere, superheated air clinging to whatever hull material was being eaten by re-entry friction. The sound arrived. A crack like the world splitting. Sonic boom hitting the surface, bouncing off the water, slamming into the garbage mountain hard enough to shift the upper layers. Izuku ducked on instinct. The object hit the water 200 meters offshore and skipped, the way a stone skips when thrown at the right angle, except this stone was the size of a delivery truck and moving at a speed that turned the ocean surface into a solid impact plate. It bounced once, shedding pieces of exterior hull in a spray of alien metal, and came inland. It tore through the north end of the garbage mountain like the garbage was tissue paper. Refrigerators vaporized. Car doors became shrapnel. A wall of compressed air hit Izuku in the chest and threw him backwards 6 feet into the sand. He landed on his back with the wind gone from his lungs and looked up at a sky full of burning debris. Fragments of something that was absolutely, undeniably, impossibly alien tumbling through the pre-dawn air and landing in the sand around him in a ring of still hot metal. The ship, because that is what it was, a ship. Something designed to carry a living being across distances his notebooks had never covered, had come to rest 40 meters from his position, half buried in the sand and the wreckage of the garbage it had destroyed on entry. It was on fire. The hull was split along a seam that ran from what he guessed was the nose to midway down the fuselage, and through that split came light, silver and gold, pulsing in a rhythm that looked organic, rather than electrical, something alive rather than powered. Izuku was on his feet before the thought completed. He ran toward it. Later, he would try to explain this moment to himself in notebook language, analyzing the decision, mapping the impulse, identifying the rational framework behind the choice. He would fail. There was no rational framework. There was fire, and there was something inside the fire, and his body moved toward it the way his body always moved toward fire. Immediately, completely, with the total commitment of someone for whom running toward the burning thing was never a choice, but simply the default state of motion when the burning thing existed. The heat hit him at 10 meters. Real heat, the kind that pulls moisture from exposed skin and makes the air itself feel like a physical barrier. He raised his arm across his face and pushed forward. The sand under his feet had turned to glass in a ring around the impact site, fused by the thermal energy of the crash, smooth and reflective and cracking under his shoes. The hull section nearest him was glowing orange-white along the edges of the split, and through that split, he could see the interior. A cockpit, small, designed for a single occupant, filled with smoke and the pulsing silver-gold light. Something moved inside. Izuku grabbed the edge of the hull split with both hands. His palms burned. The metal was hot enough to sear through skin on contact, and he felt the burn register immediately. Nerve endings firing, pain signals screaming up both arms, the smell of his own skin reaching his nose before the thought of letting go reached his brain. He pulled. The metal resisted. He adjusted his grip, found a section where the structural failure had weakened the material, and pulled again with everything his 8 months of beach training had given him. The hull section tore free. He threw it aside and looked into the cockpit. The occupant was small, smaller than him, maybe 4 feet tall, with gray skin, and features that belonged to nothing in any taxonomy he had studied. The being's body was covered in a suit that seemed to be the source of the silver-gold light, living metal that pulsed and shifted across the gray skin in patterns that suggested function rather than decoration. The being was pinned under a section of collapsed internal hull plating, a cross brace that had buckled on impact and come down across his midsection. The being's eyes were open. They were enormous, proportionally larger than human eyes, the pupils wide. the expression in them carrying the unmistakable weight of someone who understands their situation completely. He was dying. The suit around him was flickering, the silver gold lights stuttering, dimming, brightening again in irregular patterns that matched the irregular rhythm of his breathing. Izuku climbed in. The interior was smaller than comfortable, designed for a Geldarian frame that was itself smaller than human. Izuku wedged himself between the cockpit wall and the collapsed crossbrace and put his shoulders under the metal. He pushed. His legs drove against the floor. The crossbrace weighed more than anything he had moved on the beach. Denser material, engineered alloy, built to survive forces that would compress steel to foil. He pushed harder. His vision went white at the edges. Something in his lower back protested with a sound he could feel rather than hear. The crossbrace lifted. 2 inches. 3. 6. Enough. Izuku grabbed the Geldarian under the arms and pulled him free of the wreckage, dragging the small body through the cockpit split and out onto the glass sand, rolling them both away from the burning hull as a secondary fuel line caught and sent a pillar of blue-white flame 20 feet into the Pradon sky. They lay on the fused sand together. Izuku on his back, chest heaving, palms ruined, the adrenaline beginning its slow recession. The Geldarian beside him, gray skin visible now in the growing light, the suit on his body stuttering between silver and gold and a colorless transparency that showed the flesh beneath. The suit's light stabilized for a moment. The Geldarian looked up at Izuku. The words came through the suit itself. Translated in real time from a language that had never been spoken on this planet, the suit's AI converting meaning across linguistic frameworks with the efficiency of a system designed for first contact. The voice was thin, exhausted, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with years and everything to do with distance traveled. You ran toward the fire. It was said the way you say something when you have been looking for the evidence of it for a long time and you have finally found it, and you want to acknowledge the finding before everything else happens. The Geldarian's hand came up, gray fingers, 4 of them, shorter than human proportions, and touched the center of his own chest where the suit was brightest. His eyes held Izuku's face, and in them was something that looked like relief and something that looked like certainty, and something that looked like the final decision of a lifetime, arriving at the exact right moment. The suit moved. It flowed off the Geldarian's body like liquid, silver and gold running down his chest and arms in rivulets that defied gravity, pooling momentarily in the space between them before extending toward Izuku in tendrils that moved with intent. The Geldarian's body beneath the suit was frail, damaged, the kind of fragile that said the suit had been keeping him alive rather than the other way around. Without it, he was small and gray and dying faster. The tendrils reached Izuku's chest. The first contact point was his collarbone. The suit finding the bone structure there and reading it the way a diagnostic system reads a schematic, mapping the architecture of his skeleton in under a second. The liquid metal flowed onto his skin and bonded at the molecular level. He felt it happen, felt the Geldarian technology integrate with his tissue in a way that was beyond sensation, deeper than pain, something happening at a layer of his physical existence he had never been aware of before this moment. The AI came online in his mind like a second voice, present, distinct, communicating in Geldarian data streams that his brain received and impossibly understood. The suit's systems calibrated to his body, his heart rate, his neural firing patterns, his bone density, muscle fiber composition, lung capacity, every physical parameter that described what he was. The AI processed these readings and the result was immediate. A system-wide recalibration, every parameter adjusting upward from Geldarian baseline because the host body exceeded Geldarian baseline in every measurable way. The suit was designed for the strongest species it had been built to protect. It was bonding with something stronger. The calibration report logged the word unprecedented. Izuku felt it settle. The liquid metal resolved into a thin silver band at his collarbone. The dormant state, the suit at rest, waiting. The weight was negligible. The presence was total. He could feel the entire system like a limb he had always owned, and only now learned to use. Massive, powerful, ready, answering to his will with the responsiveness of a body that had been waiting for the right mind. He looked at the Geldarian. The small body was still. The enormous eyes had closed. The gray chest rose once more, fell, and did not rise again. The Geldarian died on a beach made of glass beside a 14-year-old boy who had just inherited the most advanced suit of armor in 2 galaxies because he ran toward a fire instead of away from it. Izuku sat there for a long time. The sun came up. The burning ship sent smoke into a sky that was turning orange and pink, and the smoke cut a black column through colors that should have been beautiful, and would have been if there was anyone else here to see them. Izuku sat with his burned hands in his lap, the silver band at his collarbone warm against his skin, the AI whispering capability data in a language he was already beginning to parse, and felt the hollow space inside his chest, the space where a quirk should have been, where society told him something was missing, where the emptiness had lived for 10 years. Fill. He buried the Geldarian above the high tide line with his ruined hands and a piece of hull plating as a marker. He said nothing over the grave because he did not know what the Geldarian's name was, and silence felt more honest than words invented to fill it. Hess stood with sand on his burned palms and looked at the wreckage of the ship and the clean strip of beach where the garbage had been vaporized by the impact and the ocean coming in now over glass smoothsand. He walked home before anyone arrived to investigate the smoke. He wrote 14 pages of notes before school. The suit slept against his collarbone and dreamed in silver. Izuku spent the next 10 months learning the executive class tech jacket the way he learned everything with the obsessive, total immersion dedication of someone who treats understanding as a survival requirement rather than an academic exercise. Every morning before dawn, he returned to the beach, the section now permanently altered by the crash site, and trained. The armor answered his will in increments that grew faster as his understanding grew. First, the full deployment, the living metal flowing from the collarbone band to seal his entire body in silver and gold plating in under 2 seconds. Then the flight systems, then the weapons platforms, then the construct generation that let him shape the suit's molecular structure into whatever he could imagine with enough clarity to communicate to the AI. The AI itself became his most constant companion. It spoke in Geldarian, a language built for efficiency rather than poetry, each word carrying maximum information density and minimum syllables. Izuku learned it the way he learned combat theory, through immersion, through repetition, through the relentless application of pattern recognition to raw data until the patterns resolved into fluency. By month 3, he could read the suit's diagnostic outputs in real time without translation delay. By month 6, he was thinking in Geldarian during combat simulations. By month 10, the AI reported that his neural integration score exceeded any previous host in the suit's recorded history by a margin significant enough to file as a new operational benchmark. He trained his body alongside the suit because the AI's calibration data was explicit. Host physical capability directly multiplied suit output. A stronger host meant a stronger suit. A host with greater willpower meant greater energy reserves. A host with faster reflexes meant faster construct response times. Everything Izuku had built on that beach before the ship arrived, every callus, every morning of hauled wreckage, every gram of functional strength earned through labor, paid compound interest through the suit's multiplication systems. He trained harder after the bond than before it, because now the returns were tangible in a way that made the work feel less like stubbornness and more like investment. He told nobody. The band at his collarbone hid beneath any shirt with a collar. His mother noticed the burns on his palms in the first week, and he told her he had been careless with a piece of rusted metal on the beach, which was true in the most technical sense. She treated the burns with the worried efficiency that had characterized her entire relationship with his choices since the day the doctor delivered the Quirkless verdict. She asked him to be more careful. He said he would be. He filled 6 notebooks in 10 months, each one dedicated to a different system: flight dynamics and thruster physics in one, weapons platform capabilities and energy consumption rates in another, construct generation theory, and the relationship between mental clarity and construct density in a third. The 4th notebook was his favorite: a comprehensive threat analysis combining his lifetime of hero combat study with the suit's extensive database on hostile species. Like, the suit had fought Viltrumites, Previous hosts had engaged Viltrumite-level threats, and the combat data from those engagements was stored in the AI's permanent archives, accessible to Izuku, the way a textbook is accessible to a student who's memorized every page. He studied those records with the attention they deserved. By the time UA's entrance exam arrived, Izuku Midoriya was the most dangerous thing in Japan, and the only person who knew it was Izuku Midoriya. The morning of the practical exam was unremarkable in every way, except the one that mattered. Izuku stood at the starting gate of exam site B in his middle school uniform. White shirt, dark pants, indoor shoes, because the instructions had said to bring appropriate footwear, and he did not own anything that would matter once the armor deployed. Around him, 300 examinees performed their pre-exam rituals. Stretching, quirk activation checks, the performance of readiness that teenagers default to when they want each other to know they belong here. A boy with engines in his calves ran through warm-up sprints at the starting line. A girl with brown hair bounced on her toes and looked at the buildings ahead of them with the expression of someone running numbers. Bakugo stood 40 feet away with his hands in his pockets, and the specific posture of someone who has already decided this competition ended before it started. Izuku watched the course. The suit ran preliminary scans through the collarbone band's passive sensor array, building heights, street widths, potential engagement corridors, the electromagnetic signatures of the robotic targets waiting inside. The AI categorized the threat level and reported it in Geldarian. The translation was trivial. Present Mike's voice came over the loudspeakers with the energy of a man who loved his job and wanted the applicants to love it too. Listeners, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Oh! There are no countdowns in real battles. The gate opened. 300 examinees surged forward in a wave of activation energy. Quirks firing, bodies launching, the competitive instinct of teenagers who wanted this more than they had ever wanted anything, driving them into the course at maximum initial speed. Bakugo detonated off the starting line in a burst of nitroglycerin sweat and was gone in the first second. The engine boy hit his activation speed and vanished around the first corner. The crowd thinned as individual speeds separated the field. Izuku waited 2 seconds. He took one breath. He rolled his shoulders. The silver band at his collarbone pulsed once. The AI acknowledging the command before the conscious thought fully formed, and the armor deployed. It was beautiful. Silver liquid metal erupted from the collarbone band and flowed across his body in a wave that covered him from throat to toe in under 1 second. The plating locked into place in sections, chest, back, arms, legs, each piece sealing against the next with the pressurized hiss of atmosphere being contained. The visor descended last, the faceplate sliding down from the forehead crest and locking into position with a sound like a vault closing. Energy channels along the frame lit gold, bright, visible, carrying the power output of a civilization's greatest engineering achievement through every section of the armor simultaneously. The examinees, who had been slow off the line, the ones still finding their stride, still working through the crowd, turned at the sound. They saw it. They stopped. A boy in full alien battle armor, 7 feet of silver and gold metal shaped like purpose itself, standing at the starting line with energy running through him like he had swallowed a star. He launched. The thrusters fired from back-mounted ports and integrated leg systems simultaneously. The acceleration was instant, 0 to supersonic in the time it takes to blink, the air around him compressing into a visible cone before the shockwave hit. Every remaining examinee at the start line lost their footing from the backdraft. Izuku crossed the first street of the course in a blur of silver, and the first two-pointer robot in his path died before its targeting systems registered his approach. He went through it. Fist first, momentum enhanced, the impact force of the executive armor at flight speed, applied to a machine designed to test teenage quirk users. The robot did not break so much as cease existing as a unified structure, the chassis imploding inward from the point of contact, the pieces flying outward in a spray of mechanical parts that hit the buildings on either side. He did not slow down. Second robot. Third. A cluster of 3 two-pointers at the intersection ahead deployed their targeting arrays, and he was inside their perimeter before the arrays completed a single sweep. 3 impacts in the time it takes to say the number, each one Decisive, each one a single blow kill, the armor's fists moving at speeds that made the air protest and the metal accept. He was already gone when the pieces hit the ground. The suit's tactical display tracked two things simultaneously: enemy positions throughout the course and examinee positions. Izuku had given the AI a standing instruction before the exam began: flag any examinee in physical danger from robot engagement. The first flag appeared in his HUD at the 40-second mark. A girl with a mutation quirk cornered by a three-pointer whose threat level exceeded her defensive capability. He adjusted his flight path without hesitation, crossing 4 blocks in under a second, arriving as the three-pointer's arm descended toward the girl's position. He caught the arm. His hand closed around the three-pointer's forearm, and the metal compressed under his grip like tin foil under a hydraulic press. He ripped the arm free of the chassis with a sound that echoed off every building in the block and drove his other fist through the robot's central processing unit in a single motion. The girl stared up at him. Her mouth was open, but nothing was coming out, and her eyes were doing the work her voice had abandoned. "Keep moving," Izuku said. His voice through the armor's speaker system carried a resonance that made it feel less like advice and more like a guarantee that moving would be safe. Because he was here. She moved. He continued. By the 3-minute mark, he had cleared every robot in his sector and had doubled back through 2 adjacent sectors to clear the robots threatening other examinees. The suit's tactical display showed his point total at a number that stopped meaning anything individual points meant. The accumulation had crossed into territory where the specific number was less a score and more a statistical anomaly. Rescue points accumulated alongside combat points as the AI tracked every instance of protective engagement. Uraraka Ochako was running through the commercial district section of the course when she heard the sonic booms. She looked up and saw him, a silver streak between buildings, moving faster than her eyes could track in a straight line, the gold energy channels leaving after images against the sky. She watched him hit a three-pointer at the end of her block without slowing down, and the robot folded like it was made of paper, and she forgot to collect their own points for 11 seconds because what she was watching was so far outside the frame of references she had brought to this exam that Hairbrain needed those 11 seconds just to refile its expectations. Ide Tenya was running at this engine's maximum sustainable output through the fair end of the course when the first shockwave hit. He stumbled, corrected, and looked in the direction the sound had come from. What he saw was a building-sized three-pointer listing sideways with a hole through its center mass and a silver figure hovering in the space behind it like the figure had gone through, and the robot had simply been in the way. Iida catalyzed that image into memory with the seriousness of someone who files important observations in permanent storage and keeps running because the exam demanded it. But his mind was already working on questions the exam did not ask. 6 minutes in. The course was running out of robots. Present Mike, in the observation tower, noticed the silence. He leaned forward in his chair. His monitoring feeds showed exam site B at near 0 remaining hostile units. He checked the clock. 6 minutes. His eyes went wide. He pulled up the individual feed. "Yo," he said to the observation room. Several faculty members turned. He pointed at his screen. On the observation deck, Toshinori Yagi, All Might in his skeletal thin form, watching from the back with sunglasses that did nothing to conceal the intensity of his attention, leaned forward. Nezu, principal of UA, genius in a white-furred body the size of a large cat, tilted his head at the screen and his tail curled with interest. Then the zero-pointer activated. 200 tons of government-fabricated obstacle rose from behind the course's final block, its shadow falling across the remaining examinees like a statement about what the word insurmountable meant in practical terms. Its arm swung in a lazy arc toward a cluster of students who had been pursuing the last robots in the zone. 6 examinees, including Uraraka, caught in the impact radius of something they could not fight and could barely outrun. The examinees scattered. Most of them made it clear. Uraraka's foot caught in debris from a collapsed robot chassis. She pulled. Her foot held. The zero-pointer's arm descended. Izuku was 50 meters away when the arm began its swing. He registered the trapped examinee, the trajectory of the arm, and the time to impact in the same instant. The thrusters fired at full output, He went through the zero-pointer's chest. Entry was clean, the armor's hardened leading edge and the velocity behind it making the 200-ton robot's center mass plating function as a suggestion rather than a barrier. He punched through the internal structure in a cascade of sparking wires and shattered support beams and superheated metal, the kinetic energy he was carrying transferring into the machine's internal architecture with every millisecond of contact. He exited the far side trailing debris and a corona of sparks and turned in the air to watch the result. The zero-pointer folded inward from the inside out. The structural damage cascaded from the entry point outward, supports failing in sequence, load-bearing elements collapsing without the central mass to distribute their weight, the entire 200-ton frame imploding in a shower of sparks and molten steel and fragments that rained down over the course like a brief and violent metal storm. The sound of the collapse echoed across every exam site, and several faculty members in the observation room stood up from their chairs. Izuku hovered 60 feet above the wreckage. The thrusters hummed. The armor glowed gold along every channel. The visor reflected the fires below and gave nothing of his expression back to the world. Every examinee on the course had stopped moving. Every single one. 300 teenagers who had come here to prove they deserved to be heroes, standing in the streets of a simulated city, looking up at something that had redefined what the word power meant within the span of 6 minutes. The silence held for 5 full seconds before someone made a sound. And even that sound was just a breath let out too fast, the involuntary acknowledgement that what they had witnessed was real. Bakugo was looking up at him. He was standing at the far end of the central boulevard with his arms at his sides and his palms still smoking from the nitroglycerin sweat that powered his quirk. His point total was the second highest in the exam, and it did not matter, and his face was wearing an expression he had never worn before in his life. It lived somewhere between recognition and fury and something else, something that had weight to it, something that would take him days to process into words and longer still to process into action. He looked at the armored figure above the course and knew with total certainty that this was Izuku Midoriya. He did not know how. He knew. On the observation deck, Present Mike made a sound that was equal parts professional excitement and personal disbelief.
"What was that?"
he said, and for once, the volume was appropriate. Toshinori Yagi removed his sunglasses. His thin hands were shaking. He held the sunglasses in his lap and watched the screen and said nothing because what he was watching required silence, the way a cathedral requires silence. The weight of the moment demanded it. Nezu wrote a number on his clipboard. He stared at the number. He circled it twice. He looked up at the screen where the silver figure was descending over the wreckage and said, "I would like to speak with this student," in a voice that contained the particular brightness of a mind encountering something genuinely new. Izuku descended. The armor receded. Silver liquid metal flowing back from extremities to torso to the thin band at his collarbone in the reverse of deployment, leaving him standing in his middle school uniform on a street full of robot debris and stunned teenagers, and the absolute confirmation that Izuku Midoriya's existence in this world had fundamentally changed. He walked to the exit. Uraraka watched him go. Her foot was free now. She had freed it during the 5 seconds of silence, pulling it loose while everyone else was staring at the sky. And she was standing in the street with robot debris around her feet and the zero-pointer's wreckage in a ring behind her. And she was watching a boy in a white shirt walk away from the most impressive display of power she had ever witnessed in her life, including everything she had ever seen on television. With the posture of someone heading home from an errand, she was going to talk to him. She decided that immediately and completely, and with the same confidence she brought to every decision that mattered. She was going to find out his name, and she was going to talk to him, and she was going to figure out what the hell she had just watched. The acceptance letter arrived 3 days later. Izuku Midoriya admitted to UA. Hero Course, Class 1A. Entrance examination score, highest in institutional history. The specific number was printed on the letterhead, and when his mother read it, she burst into tears and held him and said things that carried 17 different feelings in them simultaneously. pride and fear and love, and the particular grief of a parent who once apologized instead of believed and has spent every day since trying to make the weight of that apology smaller. Izuku held her in leather cry and felt the silver band against this collarbone and thought about the Geldarian who had looked at a 14-year-old kid with burned hands and seen something worth betting everything on. Class 1A's first day began with Izuku Midoriya taking the desk nearest the window in the second row and opening a fresh notebook. Around him, the highest-ranked students from the entrance exam filed in and took their seats with the particular energy of people who have achieved something they were told was nearly impossible and are now in a room full of people who achieved the same thing. The energy was competitive by default. 20 teenagers who had each, in their own context, been the most impressive person in their previous school, now recalibrating their position relative to 19 others. Ida arrived first and took the front center desk with the posture of someone who considers desk selection a meaningful academic decision. Uraraka arrived fourth, and her eyes found Izuku immediately, and she smiled and took the seat beside him with the directness of someone who made a decision 3 days ago and has been waiting for the opportunity to execute it. Bakugo arrived seventh, and his eyes found Izuku immediately, and he did not smile, and he took the seat behind him with the energy of someone establishing a strategic position from which to conduct surveillance. "Hi," Uraraka said to Izuku. "You went through that giant robot." "I did," Izuku said. "I'm Uraraka Ochako. I wanted to say thank you for clearing the robots near me during the exam. I saw you change course to help the girl with the mutation quirk in Block C, and then you handled the cluster near the eastern intersection, and I was tracking your movement pattern, and it was insanely efficient." Izuku blinked. He processed the sentence. He processed the fact that she had been tracking his movement pattern while simultaneously running her own exam, which meant her spatial awareness during high-stress situations was exceptional. Which meant she was more dangerous than she looked at first assessment. He filed this. "You're welcome," he said. "Your anti-gravity application on the debris in the southern sector was intelligent. Using the accumulated mass as a dropped weapon gave you an area of effect that most direct contact quirks can't match." It was Uraraka's turn to blink. "You saw that? You were on the other side of the course. The suit has comprehensive sensors." "The suit," she said, and her smile acquired the particular edge of someone who has just confirmed that a mystery exists and is now committed to understanding it. "Tell me about the suit." Aizawa Shota entered the classroom before Izuku could respond. He was in a sleeping bag, yellow, caterpillar-style zipped to the chin. He stood at the podium like a man who had been poured vertically into a fabric tube and said, "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Put these on." He produced gym uniforms from somewhere inside the sleeping bag in a way that defied spatial reasoning and distributed them with the energy of a man who had already decided today was going to waste his time and wanted to get the waste over with quickly. The quirk apprehension test took them to the field. 20 tests, Aizawa explained in a voice that contained the absolute minimum of enthusiasm necessary to qualify as human speech, measuring the limits of their abilities. The lowest scorer would be expelled. He was probably lying, Izuku's analysis concluded. The institutional cost of expelling a student admitted on the highest exam score in history would outweigh the pedagogical benefit. But the threat served its purpose of establishing stakes in a population of teenagers whose confidence needed direction. The ball throw arrived in the rotation. Bakugo went first. He loaded his palm with nitroglycerin sweat, ignited the strongest AP shot he could produce in a standing throw, and launched the ball at the maximum velocity his quirk could achieve in a single focused detonation. The sensor returned 705.2 meters. He looked satisfied in the specific way that Bakugo looked satisfied, which was to say he looked exactly the same as always, except for a barely perceptible relaxation in the set of his jaw. Izuku's turn. He stood in the circle. He held the ball. He extended his right arm, and the silver band at his collarbone pulsed once, the armor manifesting only around his right hand and forearm, a partial deployment that sealed his fingers in silver gold plating and generated a kinetic amplifier construct at minimum output around the ball's contact surface. The construct was small, dense, visible as a faint gold shimmer around the ball's circumference. He threw the ball left his hand at a velocity that created a visible compression trail through the air. The atmosphere itself pulling away from the surface of the ball as it traveled, a white vapor line extending from the throwing circle to the horizon. It did not arc. At that velocity, the flight time was too short for gravity to produce a meaningful curve. It traveled in what appeared to be a straight line until it was beyond visual range. The sensor beeped. Aizawa looked at it. He blinked. He looked at it again. The number on the sensor was 4 digits long. 2 students behind Izuku made sounds. One of them was a word, and one of them was just air leaving lungs too fast. Bakugo turned from his position in the observation group and looked at the sensor display. "Is that thing broken?" he said. "It isn't," Aizawa said. Bakugo looked at Izuku. Izuku looked back. The silence between them ran for 4 seconds and contained the entire history of their relationship compressed into a single exchange of eye contact. Every assumption Bakugo had ever made about what Izuku Midoriya was and was not. Every piece of evidence that had supported those assumptions. Every morning, Bakugo had watched Izuku flinch and had filed the flinch as confirmation. All of it colliding with the number on that sensor and the silver plating that was already dissolving back into the collarbone band, and the absolute absence of flinching anywhere in the green eyes looking back at him. The silence lasted 4 seconds, and then it broke, and Bakugo said nothing and turned back to face the field, and the muscle in his jaw worked for the rest of the period. The first week of Class 1A established rhythms that would define the class for the rest of the year. Group exercises revealed individual strengths. Todoroki's raw elemental output, Bakugo's combat adaptability, Ida's speed and tactical thinking, Yaoyorozu's creative problem solving, Tokoyami's power at the cost of situational control. Izuku participated in every exercise at the level the exercise demanded, and never higher. Deploying the armor when team scenarios required it, using partial constructs for support roles, providing tactical analysis when the group planning phase allowed it, he was helpful. He was willing to be led when the situation called for it. But there was a difference between helpful and invisible, and Izuku existed firmly in the space of helpful while carrying the knowledge visible to everyone who had seen the entrance exam footage, which was everyone, that he could end any exercise the instant he chose to. This gave his helpfulness weight. When Izuku offered a support position in a team exercise, it was a choice rather than a limitation. When he deferred to another student's tactical plan, it was respect rather than necessity. On the 3rd day, Uraraka told him directly, "You're interesting." He was eating lunch. He looked up from his rice. "Interesting how?" "You have what is obviously the strongest ability in this class and possibly in this school, and you use it at the level the exercise requires instead of the level you're capable of. That's a decision you're making every single time. I find that interesting." Izuku processed this for the remainder of the afternoon. The processing involved 3 pages of notes about power application theory that he wrote during the train ride home, which was technically a response to Uraraka's observation even if she would never see it. Ida updated his personal assessment framework 3 times in the first week. Each update expanded the section titled Midoriya, Capability Profile, and Tactical Implications. By the 3rd update, the section was longer than any other entry in the document, and Ida found this appropriate rather than excessive. Aizawa wrote notes and watched from positions of apparent disinterest that were, in reality, positions of comprehensive observation. He saw everything. The armor's partial deployments, the speed of Izuku's threat assessment in ambush scenarios, the reflex time that suggested the boy's neural integration with the suit was operating at a level that conventional quirk parallels could not adequately describe. Aizawa wrote notes and said nothing out loud, and the notes went into a file that went to Nezu's desk every Friday. The UA Sports Festival arrived 6 weeks into the term and announced itself with the particular institutional enthusiasm that said this was the school's premier public showcase. The stadium held 80,000. The broadcast reached every screen in Japan. The first-year stage was the one the nation watched closest, because the first-year class always produced the stories that defined careers before they started. The obstacle course came first, 20 students at the starting gate. The corridor was narrow, designed to create initial conflict, to force students to contend with each other before the course proper began. Todoroki froze the corridor entrance in the first second by sealing the path behind him in a wall of ice that said he intended to run this race alone. Half the class hit the ice wall and began working through it with their individual solutions. Explosions, brute force, creative quirk applications. Izuku looked at the ice wall. He looked up, the armor deployed in full, silver and gold sealed across his body, and the thrusters ignited at vertical climb output. He went up. Straight up through the corridor's open ceiling, above the walls, above the ice, above the entire first obstacle in a vertical burn that left a heat shimmer in the air below him. Todoroki was running at ground level through the cleared corridor, 20 meters ahead of the field, when the shadow passed over him. He looked up. Izuku was above the frost line, above the obstacle course entirely, flying over the whole thing at an altitude that made the obstacles below look like a board game. The wind at that speed pulled at the cameras tracking him, and the stadium screens showed a silver figure against the sky, and 80,000 people made a sound that was halfway between a cheer and an involuntary exclamation of disbelief. Present Mike's commentary was instantaneous. Midoriya Izuku has simply gone over the entire obstacle section. Is that legal? Midnight checked the rules. There's nothing in the event parameters that prohibits vertical bypass via flight-capable abilities. Todoroki watched from below. His heterochromatic eyes tracked the silver figure overhead, and in them was the first genuine surprise he had allowed himself in years. The kind that breaks through the wall of carefully maintained indifference because what it's responding to is too significant to dismiss. He ran faster. It changed nothing about the outcome, but it mattered to him that he ran faster. Izuku crossed the finish line 14 seconds ahead of the second-place finisher, which was Todoroki, which was itself 20 seconds ahead of the third-place finisher, which was Bakugo. The point differential was historic. The commentary team struggled to find precedent. The cavalry battle was efficient. Izuku formed a team, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and a support corps student whose name he had learned during the team formation phase, and the exercise lasted exactly as long as necessary for his team to accumulate a point total that exceeded the next closest team by a margin that made the timer feel like a formality. He did not fly. He deployed the armor's shields to defend his team's headband, and used the sensor array to track every approaching team's vector, and the team responded to his calls with the trust of people who had seen the entrance exam footage and the obstacle course, and had made their own assessment about whose tactical instincts deserved following. The tournament bracket set. The finals. Izuku Midoriya versus Katsuki Bakugo. The stadium was louder for this fight than for any other in the bracket. The narrative wrote itself. The boy with the alien armor versus the boy with the explosive quirk, classmates with a history the audience could sense even without the specifics. Bakugo entered the ring with his palms already smoking and his eyes carrying 11 years of certainty about who Izuku Midoriya was and what that meant relative to who Bakugo was. And every one of those 11 years was being actively challenged by the last 6 weeks. Izuku entered the ring and the armor deployed and the crowd noise swelled and then died into the particular anticipatory silence that precedes something everyone knows is going to be significant. Present Mike called the start. Bakugo moved first. He always moved first. It was fundamental to his combat philosophy, fundamental to his psychology. The refusal to cede initiative woven into his fighting style at every level. AP shot fired at close range, the focused detonation crossing the 10 meters between them in under half a second. Izuku raised a shield construct. Energy barrier manifesting from the suit's left arm in a disc of compressed gold light. The explosion hit the shield. The shield held. The shockwave passed around Izuku and hit the stadium walls behind him, and the concrete cracked. Bakugo was already in the air, using his explosions for three-dimensional mobility, firing from above. Multiple detonations in rapid sequence, the AP shot Gatling application, a technique Bakugo had developed through months of combat theory refinement, each blast a focused column of nitroglycerin force aimed at the joints of Izuku's armor where the plating was thinnest. The targeting was exceptional. The knowledge of armor weak points was instinctive for Bakugo. He had been studying combat since before either of them could drive, and he knew where armor failed the same way he knew where bodies failed. The impacts hit. They hit the joints. The force registered. Real force. The suit's feedback systems acknowledging Bakugo's output as above baseline. The energy dispersal from each individual AP shot requiring active resistance from the plating. None of them penetrated. But they registered, and registering meant something when nothing else in the tournament had registered at all. Izuku counterattacked. He closed the distance in a single thruster-assisted step and threw a straight right at 70% output. Bakugo read it, read the timing, read the angle, twisted his body in midair with an explosion that redirected his momentum by 30 degrees, and the fist passed through the space where his chest had been a tenth of a second earlier. The boy was fast, legitimately fast. His combat instincts operated at a level that earned respect from the executive suit's tactical AI, a system that had been calibrated against Viltrumite combat patterns and found very few things worth respecting at this scale. Bakugo moved like he had been born inside a fight and had never stopped being inside one. The exchange continued. Bakugo's mobility kept him at angles. The suit's primary systems had to track rather than predict. The explosions providing thrust vectoring that made his movement pattern genuinely three-dimensional in a way that most flying opponents were not. He hit Izuku's shields repeatedly. He found the timing gaps between construct generation and exploited them with detonations that made the crowd flinch from the sound alone. He was not winning. The damage differential was 0 against the armor, but he was performing at a level that demanded acknowledgement from anyone watching, and 80,000 people were watching. Izuku pressed. He increased his output by 20% and closed the engagement distance. Bakugo responded with his largest detonation, both palms, full output, a blast that filled the ring with white-hot nitroglycerin fire and cracked the energy shield Izuku raised to intercept it. The shield cracked. First shield damage in the entire tournament. Izuku looked at the cracked shield. He looked at Bakugo through the dissipating flame. Something moved in his expression that was too small for the cameras to catch, but real enough to change the energy of the next exchange. He respected this. The acknowledgement was real. The final exchange came fast. Izuku closed to grappling range. Bakugo fired maximum detonation at point blank. Izuku took it against his chest plating, the force slamming into the armor at 0 distance, the heat washing across the silver surface, and reached through the blast. His hand found Bakugo's forearm. Bakugo's other hand fired directly into the visor faceplate at contact range, and the faceplate rang from the impact, and Izuku felt it in his teeth. He pulled. Bakugo pulled back. They were at the edge of the ring, both of them equally positioned on the boundary line, and Izuku made a decision. He wrapped both arms around Bakugo and fired his thrusters at minimum output in the wrong direction. They went over the edge together. The impact outside the ring boundary was simultaneous. Both backs hit the concrete at the same time. The monitor reviewed the footage. The replay showed, frame by frame, 2 competitors crossing the boundary at identical moments. Draw. The first draw at the UA Sports Festival in 17 years. The stadium erupted. 80,000 people processing what they had witnessed produced a sound that was less a cheer and more a collective acknowledgement that something unprecedented had occurred. Present Mike's voice was lost in it for 3 full seconds before the speakers could compete with the crowd. Bakugo lay on the concrete outside the ring and looked at the sky, and his chest heaved, and his palms still smoked. Izuku lay beside him, armor already retracting, looking at the same sky. They said nothing. The silence between them was different from the one in the classroom. Cleaner, more honest, built on something that had just been tested at full output rather than assumed from a distance. Bakugo sat up. Izuku sat up. They looked at each other for 1 second, and in that second was every piece of information they needed about where they stood relative to each other and what that meant going forward. Neither of them reached out a hand to help the other up. Both of them stood on their own, and both of them were fine with that. 17 internship offers arrived after the festival. Izuku read each one with the attention they deserved and selected the offer from a disaster relief pro hero named Tatsumi, whose career was built on sustained physical intervention in structural collapse scenarios, holding buildings up, stabilizing damaged infrastructure, extracting survivors from environments that would kill anyone without extreme durability or extreme equipment. The internship was not glamorous. It did not come with media appearances or patrol routes through famous districts. It came with the opportunity to use the executive armor at sustained maximum output in scenarios where failure meant people died, and that was what Izuku wanted. The internship ran for 1 week. In that week, Izuku held a collapsed hospital's structural frame at sustained maximum thruster output for 40 minutes, while emergency medical services worked underneath, evacuating patients from floors that would have pancaked without the silver figure bracing the load-bearing column at the building's center. The suit's output during that engagement was the highest sustained level outside active combat. Every system devoted to physical reinforcement, every construct generating structural support, the AI monitoring stress points and redirecting force in real time to prevent cascading failure, a building fire at 2 a.m., an apartment complex, 12 stories, the fire on the 7th and 8th floors with residents trapped above. Izuku flew the exterior, broke through walls at the 10th floor, and evacuated 14 people in individual carries, the armor's exterior temperature regulation, keeping his passengers from burning against plating that was absorbing fire on every pass. 14 trips, 14 lives. The fire department arrived and found the building still burning, but the residents standing in the parking lot wrapped in emergency blankets and looking at the sky, where the silver figure was ascending for a 15th pass to confirm the building was empty. On the third day, a child grabbed his armored arm in the aftermath of a flood evacuation. Small fingers on silver plating, looking up at the visor with the particular curiosity that children carry when they have decided something needs investigating. "Are you a robot?" the child asked. Izuku retracted the armor. The silver flowed back to the collarbone band and left him standing in his workout clothes, 15 years old, green hair damp from the rain, human in every visible way. The child stared. "You look like a regular kid," the child said. Izuku thought about that for the rest of the day. The USJ field trip was supposed to be routine. It was in the curriculum, a simulation facility visit designed to give first-year students exposure to disaster scenarios in controlled environments under professional supervision. The bus ride was loud with the particular energy of 20 teenagers who had spent 6 weeks in a pressure cooker academic environment and were being let out into something that felt incorrectly like fresh air. Aizawa stood at the front of the group as they entered the facility. 13, the space-themed pro hero whose quirk could turn anything into a black hole, met them at the entrance and began the orientation speech. The facility was massive, multiple environmental zones under a single dome, each simulating a different disaster type. Flood zone, fire zone, mountain zone, landslide zone, the zones arrayed around a central plaza like the spokes of a wheel, designed to break students out of their comfort assumptions about what heroism required. Aizawa's posture changed before anything visible happened. Izuku saw it. The shift was small. A tightening in the shoulders, a redirected focus in the eyes, the specific bodily recalibration of someone whose threat assessment systems have triggered before their conscious mind has processed the input. Izuku's own suit pinged a sensor alert at the same instant. Energy signature, localized, growing, consistent with spatial displacement. A warp gate opening. The purple-black mist erupted at the center of the facility's main plaza. It was massive, covering the central area in a disk of spatial distortion that read on the suit's scanners as a living transportation system rather than an environmental effect. Through it came bodies, dozens, then 100. Villains pouring through the warp gate in a wave of activated quirks and bad intentions, and the specific group courage that comes from numbers and from the presence of a leader who has told you that today is the day everything changes. Shigaraki Tomura stood at the center. He was draped in hands, severed, preserved, mounted across his body on a harness that looked like it had been built by someone with either excellent craftsmanship or excellent insanity, and the distinction between those two was thinner than most people were comfortable admitting. His visible eye carried the exhausted intensity of someone who has built a plan out of grievance and is watching the plan begin. Beside him, the warp gate villain, Kurogiri, living spatial displacement in a body made of mist, held the portal open with the composure of a professional providing a service. "Ah," Shigaraki said, his voice carrying across the plaza with the specific quality of someone who has practiced saying important things to empty rooms and is now delivering them to an audience for the first time. "The UA brats and their teachers." His head tilted. The hand over his face shifted with the movement. "We came here to kill All Might, but he's not here, is he?" Aizawa moved immediately. He turned to the class with an expression that had already finished processing the threat and arrived at the correct response. "Get back to the entrance. 13. Evacuate them." Then he jumped off the stairs. Erasure Head dropped into the villain crowd with his capture weapon deployed and his eyes active, and he was extraordinary. The story honors this without qualification. Aizawa Shota was one of the most technically perfect pro heroes in Japan, and what he did in the next 90 seconds demonstrated why. His quirk erased abilities on eye contact, and his capture weapon restrained without quirk reliance, and his body moved between villains with the efficiency of a decade of combat experience applied at maximum intensity. He flowed through the crowd. Quirks failed as his gaze found them. Bodies fell as his bindings found them. He was one man against a wave, and he was winning through pure skill and absolute refusal to yield a single inch of ground. The class began moving toward the exit. Kurogiri intercepted them, the warp gate expanding between the students and the exit, spatial displacement tearing through the group, sending students to different zones throughout the facility. The class separated. Individuals and pairs scattered across the USJ's simulation environments facing villain groups that had been positioned specifically to exploit the zones. Izuku felt the warp energy catch him and redirect him, and the suit's AI logged the transit location as the central plaza, the place where the fight was. The warp gate had tried to send him to the flood zone, and the armor's mass had disrupted the targeting enough to deposit him at the plaza's edge instead. He landed in the central area, below the stairs, 30 meters from where Aizawa was engaging the villain wave. The crowd between them was thinning as Aizawa worked through it, bodies accumulating on the ground, the pro hero's stamina holding, his eyes dry and burning from sustained erasure use, but holding, and then the thing came through the ceiling. It was vast. It was wrong. The body was human in shape and in nothing else. Muscle packed onto a frame that should have collapsed under its own density, the brain exposed, the eyes empty of anything that registered as thought or will or identity. It was a weapon that had been built by breaking a person apart and rebuilding them with stolen quirks layered into the tissue like ammunition packed into a shell. The suit's scanners identified two primary abilities: shock absorption, super regeneration. The secondary systems identified trace signatures of 4 more. The AI's assessment arrived in Geldarian, and the translation was, "Built to kill the strongest." The Nomu seized Aizawa, one hand around the pro hero's head. One motion, slamming him into the concrete with force that cratered the plaza floor, the impact sending radiating cracks through the stone in every direction. Aizawa's body going limp with the specific finality of a conscious mind hitting the limits of what its container can absorb. He was alive. The suit's bioscan confirmed alive. But he was down, and Shigaraki crouched beside him with the satisfied energy of someone whose plan just cleared its first milestone. "This is what happens," Shigaraki said, mostly to himself, mostly to the audience he believed was watching from somewhere he couldn't see. "This is what happens when heroes fail." The Nomu stood over Aizawa's body, waiting. Patient in the way a loaded weapon is patient, present, available, ready for the next target to be named. Izuku walked toward them. The remaining villains in the plaza, the ones Aizawa had missed, the ones at the periphery, the ones smart enough to stay out of the pro hero's range, registered the movement. A figure in a school uniform walking through the combat zone toward the Nomu with the unhurried pace of someone crossing a room rather than a battlefield. One of them grabbed his arm. The armor manifested at the contact point. Silver plating sealing over his forearm in a tenth of a second, the Geldarian metal forming around the villain's grip and presenting a surface that was to human hand strength what a mountain is to a light breeze. The villain's fingers found something they could neither compress nor release, and the bones in his hand made sounds that reported failure. The villain screamed and fell away. Izuku walked past him. A second villain, electricity quirk. Both hands extended, maximum output discharged directly into Izuku's back. The current hit the armor and dispersed across the plating harmlessly, the suit's molecular structure absorbing and grounding electrical energy as a passive function. Izuku turned his head enough to register the attacker in his peripheral vision and continued walking. A third, a fourth. They hit him. They used everything they had. The armor did what it was built to do, against everything below its threat threshold. It made their attacks into nothing. Izuku reached the cleared space between the villain crowd and the Nomu, and the armor sealed fully across his body in a single flowing motion. Silver plating, gold energy channels. The visor descended and locked, and the eyes behind it focused on the creature standing over his teacher. The Nomu looked at him, empty eyes finding a target. The creature's muscles tensed in preparation for movement it would execute the instant the command came. Shigaraki straightened from his crouch beside Aizawa. He looked at Izuku. He took in the armor, the alien design, the energy signature, the material that his instincts told him was different from anything in his experience library. His visible eye narrowed. "What are you?" he said. "Busy," Izuku said. He looked at the Nomu. The suit's tactical display overlaid data across his vision. Muscle density, estimated strength output, the two primary quirk signatures, and their likely interaction patterns. Shock absorption meant kinetic force would be distributed. Super regeneration meant structural damage would heal. The combination meant the conventional approach, hit it until it stops, had a time cost that was unacceptable when Aizawa was bleeding on the ground behind the creature. Shock absorption, Izuku said. His voice through the armor's speaker was even, measured, carrying the weight of someone who has already identified the solution and is simply informing the room before executing it. "Let's see it absorb plasma," the Nomu charged. It was fast for its mass, the speed of something whose muscles were designed without concern for the comfort of the person inside them. It closed 10 meters in under a second and swung both fists in a double hammer strike aimed at the center of Izuku's chest. Izuku's arms changed. Both forearms flowed, the suit's molecular structure responding to his intent at the speed of thought, and twin plasma cannons took shape where hands had been. Wide bore, dense, the barrels crackling with the contained energy of the suit's power core channeled into focused emission points. He fired at contact range. The plasma release was white. The concrete beneath both of them melted into a ring of liquid stone, superheated beyond structural cohesion in an instant, the thermal energy bleeding outward from the blast center in a wave that turned solid ground into orange-red slag. The Nomu took the blast at full force, and its shock absorption activated, distributing the energy, the thermal component, and the kinetic component across its body in a spread that was meant to be survivable. It was survivable, but it was not free. The thermal damage left marks, burns across the Nomu's chest and arms, real tissue damage that the super regeneration engaged to repair with visible urgency, new flesh pushing outward to cover the wounds. The healing factor working at full capacity against an input that exceeded what it was designed to handle in a single application. The creature recovered. It recovered and charged again. Izuku met it in the air. He fired his thrusters at the instant of the charge and intercepted the Nomu at 3 meters altitude, catching both of the creature's wrists before the fists could reach him, and redirecting the strike's momentum upward. The collision shockwave radiated outward across the plaza, a physical wave of displaced air that hit every villain in range and put the lighter ones on the ground. The ones still standing backed away. The concentric circle of the blast's reach was visible in the dust pattern on the floor. The Nomu pulled its wrists free and struck. Both fists found the armor's chest plate. The full force of a creature designed to challenge all might applied at close range to executive-class Geldarian plating. The impact transferred through the suit's absorption systems in a cascade of force readings that the AI logged at the highest values recorded since bonding. Izuku felt it as weight, tremendous, immediate, the kind of force that demanded acknowledgement from anything it contacted. He did not move. The thrusters fired to keep him anchored. Counterforce applied at the exact vector needed to neutralize backward momentum. The Nomu hit him, and he remained where he was, and the creature's empty eyes registered something that might have been confusion if confusion required a mind to generate it. It hit again. Again. Each blow at full commitment, and each blow met with the same result. Executive armor refusing to yield, the gold energy channels burning brighter with each impact as the power systems compensated, the plating holding because it was built to hold against the absolute worst the universe could generate. Izuku hit back. His right fist drove into the Nomu's midsection with the full kinetic output of the suit's augmentation systems. The shock absorption distributed the force, but the distribution was imperfect, the system struggling with the volume of energy being delivered in a concentrated point rather than a dispersed area. The Nomu's body bent around the impact. Izuku hit again, left fist to the chest, right fist to the jaw. Each strike stacking thermal damage from the residual plasma energy, still coating his gauntlets with kinetic force that exceeded the absorption's capacity to handle both simultaneously. He was finding the seams. The quirk combination that made the Nomu theoretically invincible had a gap. It could absorb kinetic and it could regenerate damage, but it could not absorb thermal and regenerate and manage kinetic simultaneously without dropping something. Izuku's analysis identified this in under 10 seconds of engagement, and his next series of strikes exploited it with absolute commitment. His forearms shifted again. The plasma cannons retracted, and in their place grew something new. Spinning, razor-edged constructs of living Galdarian metal, formed at his intent, denser than anything produced by human metallurgy, their edges vibrating at a molecular frequency designed to interact with tissue rather than pass through it. He grabbed both of the Nomu's arms. He pulled. Clean separation. Both arms tore free at the shoulder in a spray of the black fluid that served as the creature's blood, the super regeneration activating immediately at both stumps. New tissue pushing outward, the beginnings of replacement limbs already forming in the raw flesh. The Nomu had seconds before it would be functional again. Izuku did not give it seconds. He positioned himself below the creature's center of mass and fired both thruster systems, back-mounted and leg-integrated, at absolute maximum output, directing the combined force through his raised fists into the Nomu's chest. The acceleration was total. The Nomu's body took the energy and could not absorb it because the absorption system was overwhelmed, regenerating 2 severed limbs and processing point force thermal kinetic hybrid damage simultaneously exceeded its operating parameters. The Nomu punched through the USJ's ceiling. It went through the reinforced dome structure like the structure was decorative rather than load-bearing, leaving a hole that let in the outside sky and rained debris across the plaza in a shower of concrete fragments and bent steel. The creature ascended into the sky above the facility and did not come back down. The suit's tracking array followed its trajectory, upward, then arcing, then landing somewhere outside a 7-kilometer radius, the impact crater visible on satellite feeds that Izuku would review later. The plaza settled. The ring of melted concrete steamed in the air that was now coming through the hole in the ceiling. The villain crowd had pressed itself against every available wall, every surface that offered distance from the center of the plaza where the armored figure stood alone among the damage he had created. The silence was the kind that comes after an earthquake, the particular absence of sound that exists when everything that was making sound has been interrupted and hasn't recovered enough to start again. Shigaraki looked at the hole in the ceiling. He looked at Izuku, his head tilted, the hand on his face shifting with the angle, the single visible eye carrying something that was past surprise and moving rapidly toward obsession. He had built the Nomu to kill the symbol of peace. It was gone. A child in silver armor had removed it from the equation in under 2 minutes, and the facility itself had structural damage from the removal. That was ours, Shigaraki said. His voice was thin. The edge of it carried the beginnings of something that would grow into fixation in the days and weeks after this moment. Was, Izuku said. Shigaraki's hand came up, all 5 fingers extended toward the armor's chest plate, the decay quirk, his inheritance, his identity weapon, the ability that reduced anything organic or inorganic to dust on contact. 5 points of molecular destruction pressed against executive-class Geldarian plating and activated. The suit's molecular structure read the quirk's mechanism in the first instant of contact. The AI classified the attack: molecular dissolution, progressive, requiring sustained multi-point contact, and engaged countermeasures. The suit's living metal shifted at the atomic level, restructuring its bond patterns at each contact point to counterphase the decay's frequency. The dissolution reached the surface of the plating and stopped. It could not progress. The energy of the quirk met a material that adapted to its mechanism in real time and denied it purchase. Shigaraki's fingers sat on silver plating that refused to die. He pushed harder, his whole hand flat against the armor, all 5 fingers pressed with intent, the veins in his wrist visible with strain. The suit adapted. The decay failed. Shigaraki felt his ability dissolve against something that said no to it at a molecular level, and his expression underwent a transformation that started as confusion and ended somewhere in the vicinity of the first real emotion he had felt since he was a child. The raw, unprocessed response of someone whose defining capability has just been made irrelevant by a material that should not exist. He pulled his hand back. He stared at his fingers. He stared at the armor. The visible eye was wide. "Kurogiri," he said. His voice was different now. "We're leaving." The warp gate opened behind him. The remaining villains, the ones conscious, the ones mobile, the ones who had watched the Nomu disappear and the decay fail and decided their salary did not cover this, flowed through the portal. Shigaraki went last. He paused at the gate's edge and looked back at Izuku one more time. "I'll figure you out," he said. It was not a threat. It was a promise of obsession, the opening statement of a fixation that would define his next 6 months. The gate closed. Izuku deactivated the combat systems. The weapons retracted. The constructs dissolved back into the suit's surface. The energy channels dimmed from combat bright to standby. He turned and knelt beside Aizawa. The pro hero was conscious. Barely. One eye functional, the other swelling closed, his right arm broken in at least 2 places, his face a mess of blood from the impact with the concrete. But conscious. He looked up at the silver visor above him with the single working eye and said, with the particular precision of a man who is in tremendous pain and refuses to waste energy on anything that is not the most important available statement, "You did not ask permission." "You were unconscious," Izuku said. Aizawa processed this. The working eye blinked once. Fair. Izuku stabilized the pro hero's head, supporting the cervical spine with an armored hand gentle enough to hold an egg, communicating the medical situation through the suit's relay to the emergency services already en route. He stayed. The armor stood guard over his teacher until the paramedics arrived, and even then he did not leave until Aizawa was on the stretcher, and the stretcher was moving toward the vehicle, and the vehicle was closed. The aftermath hit UA with the force of a second attack delivered through media channels and public scrutiny. Press at the gates. The Hero Commission requesting incident reports. Parents calling. Social media running hot with footage from the USJ that should have been contained and wasn't. Camera-equipped villain gear had uploaded fragments before the jamming cut in, and those fragments showed a silver figure dismembering something monstrous and launching it through a ceiling. The faculty debrief happened behind closed doors the following morning. Every teacher, Nezu presiding. The censored data from the USJ's monitoring systems presented on screens with the thoroughness of an evidence brief. Nezu walked through the data with the composure of an academic presenting research findings that happened to redefine the field. The key data point, the executive class suit registered 0 structural damage across the entire Nomu engagement. 0. Every impact the Nomu delivered, every full-force strike from a creature engineered to destroy the symbol of peace, had produced 0 measurable damage to the suit's molecular structure. The plating density remained unchanged. The energy systems showed no stress indicators. The AI logged the entire fight as a moderate intensity engagement against a sub-threshold threat. The room was silent for several seconds after Nezu finished presenting. Toshinori Yagi sat in the back. He was in his thin form, skeletal, diminished, the secret identity that concealed the world's greatest hero behind a body that looked like it was losing a fight against its own bones. He said nothing during the presentation. His sunken eyes remained fixed on the screen, showing the moment Izuku walked through the villain crowd without breaking stride. His hands were folded in his lap, and his expression carried the weight of someone watching something he had been waiting for arrive in a form he had never imagined possible. He did not speak for the rest of the meeting. What he was feeling had moved past the capacity of words to convey it, and he respected that boundary. The class processed the USJ in their individual ways. Ida scheduled a conversation with Izuku about tactical communication protocols, arriving at his desk during lunch with a prepared agenda and the specific earnestness of someone who believes procedure improves outcomes and wants to collaborate on improving them. The conversation lasted 40 minutes and produced 3 pages of shared notes and a mutual respect that would prove foundational in later events. Uraraka replayed the moment Izuku walked through the crowd of villains approximately 8 times. She watched it on the security footage that Nezu made available to Class 1A as part of what he called a post-incident learning resource, and what was actually a careful morale management strategy. 8 times she watched the silver plating manifest at the contact points, the villain's hand closing on something invulnerable, the walk continuing without interruption. On the 9th viewing, she closed the laptop and said, "Okay," out loud to her empty dorm room, and the word meant something that was several things at once. Bakugo sat in his dorm room with his arms crossed and his door locked, and thought about the expression on Izuku's face when he turned to face the Nomu. He had seen it from across the plaza, had been deposited by the warp gate into the mountain zone, and fought his way back to the central area in time to witness the final exchange. He had seen Izuku's face before the visor dropped. What was on it was nothing. The absence of hesitation. The absence of performance. Just a direction and a decision already completed. The body merely executing what the mind had finished processing before the first step. Bakugo had seen that face in the mirror during fights he knew he would win. He had never seen it on anyone else. He had certainly never expected to see it on Izuku Midoriya, and the fact that he was seeing it, the fact that the face behind that visor carried the same certainty Bakugo carried in his best moments, refused to let him sleep. He stayed awake until 3 a.m. with his arms crossed, thinking about what it meant that the kid he had spent 11 years looking down at had looked at a Nomu the same way Bakugo looked at everything. Izuku wrote 12 pages of notes. He catalyzed the Nomu's capability profile with his standard analytical rigor, quirk interactions, timing windows, the thermal kinetic hybrid weakness he had identified during combat, the regeneration rate, and its failure conditions under multi-vector stress. He labeled one section shock absorption thresholds and thermal stacking, and drew 3 diagrams showing the energy distribution patterns at the moment the quirk combination's gap opened. He fell asleep at his desk at 2 a.m. with his pen still in his hand and the suit's AI running overnight analysis on the Nomu's tissue samples that had adhered to the gauntlets during the arm separation. The Hosu City internship period arrived 3 weeks after the sports festival. Multiple Class 1A students deployed to various agencies across the country, Izuku returning to Tatsumi's disaster relief operation, Ida taking a placement in Hosu with a speed-focused agency, several others scattered across Tokyo and Osaka, and points between. The city was active, multiple villain incidents running simultaneously in what the media was calling a surge week, without the ability to explain why villain activity had spiked. The real explanation was Stain. The hero killer had been operating in Hosu for 6 days by the time the internship students arrived. 4 pro-heroes hospitalized. 1 dead. The city's hero population was stretched thin, responding to the increased villain activity that Stain's presence attracted. Copycats, opportunists, people who saw the hero killer's ideology as permission to express their own grievances through violence. The city was a powder keg, and the entire hero community was aware of it, and the internship students had been briefed on the heightened threat level before deployment. Ida was in Hosu because he asked to be. His brother Ingenium, the pro-hero, whose legs were severed by Stain's blade 6 weeks prior, was still in rehabilitation. The weight of that sat on Ida's shoulders, with the particular heaviness of filial responsibility meeting personal rage, meeting the absolute conviction that what happened to his brother required a response that institutional channels were too slow to deliver. He was in Hosu to find Stain. He had not said this to anyone because saying it would mean acknowledging that his plan was reckless, and acknowledging that would mean changing the plan, and he was not willing to change the plan. Izuku was in Hosu because Tatsumi's agency was running support operations for the strained city. He was working a building stabilization assignment 3 kilometers from the city center when the sky changed. The rift opened without warning. Later, the scientific community would spend months trying to explain what happened above Hosu City on that evening. They would fail. The vocabulary for what occurred did not exist in any terrestrial language because what occurred did not originate in any terrestrial framework. The dimensional membrane between universes, the barrier that kept separate realities separate, maintained by forces so fundamental they predated the formation of either universe's physics, failed. It failed catastrophically. The sky split. Blue-white light, the color of multiversal energy, the color of reality itself being torn rather than penetrated, erupted across the upper atmosphere in a line that extended from horizon to horizon. The tear widened, 10 meters, 100, a kilometer. The membrane peeled back like skin from a wound, and through the wound was visible the wrong-colored sky of another universe. A place where the physics were close enough to be recognizable and different enough to be wrong in every way that mattered. The sound arrived half a second after the light. A bass frequency so low it vibrated in the chest cavity, resonated in the skull, triggered every car alarm in Hosu City simultaneously. Glass vibrated. Buildings hummed. People on the street looked up, and their faces carried the expression of a species encountering something that sits beyond the boundary of what their evolution prepared them to process. The Tech Jacket's AI activated every alert system in its architecture. Every warning, every alarm, every system designed to communicate immediate threat to its host engaged at once, and the combined output hit Izuku's consciousness like a wall of red data. The AI's threat classification, run through every filter in the Geldarian language's threat taxonomy, referenced against 2,000 years of recorded hostile encounters, cross-checked with the suit's tactical database, returned a single word, the word translated as extinction level. Things fell through the rift. They fell with control. The descent angles were chosen rather than random, 5 separate trajectories, each one converging on the city center with the precision of people who have entered enough foreign universes to know how to land in them. 5 figures, human-shaped, dropping through the dimensional membrane at velocities that said they were comfortable with terminal speeds. They hit the street in individual craters, 5 separate impacts spaced across 3 blocks, each one sending concentric rings of destroyed asphalt radiating outward from the impact point. The ground shook, buildings swayed. The sonic crack of each impact echoed between structures in a cascade of overlapping booms that sounded like war drums played by something with hands the size of city blocks. The dust cleared. They stood up. 5 figures. Each one wore a version of the same suit. A superhero's uniform in 5 different states of damage, 5 different color variations, 5 different universes worth of staining. Each one was built like a weapon. The musculature visible even through the suits. The proportional density of bodies that were harder and heavier than any human frame. Each one had the same face, or a variation of it. The face of Mark Grayson from 5 different timelines in 5 different stages of whatever had broken them into the kind of person who drops through a dimensional tier and immediately starts deciding what to destroy. The Tech Jacket's scanners completed their analysis in the time it took the variants to straighten from their landing crouches. Viltrumite biology. The readout filled Izuku's tactical display with data that came from the deepest archives in the suit's memory. Records stored by previous hosts who had engaged this species and survived, barely, and logged the experience as the most significant combat data in the suit's operational history. Bone density exceeding titanium by orders of magnitude. Tissue regeneration that treated structural damage as a temporary state. Strength that began at the point where most species' physical limits terminated and scaled upward from there. Flight capability, supersonic combat speed, the ability to survive in vacuum, the ability to survive re-entry, heating, the ability to survive things that most civilizations classified as weapons of mass destruction. This was the enemy. The executive class tech jacket was built to fight. This was why it existed. The evil variants looked around at Hosu City. They assessed the skyline the way veterans assess a new deployment, checking sightlines, reading structural vulnerability, identifying the path of least resistance between where they were and whatever they wanted to be doing. One of them, fractured visor, blood from 3 different people across his chest, the fraying energy of something that had been fighting across multiple realities without rest, rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck with a sound that carried. "New universe," he said. The voice was flat, exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with tiredness and everything to do with having long ago stopped caring about the distinction between inhabited and uninhabited. "Let's see what breaks." Stain came from the alleyway. He moved on the nearest variant with the speed that had made him the most feared hero killer in Japan. His approach was perfect, silent, angled to avoid the peripheral vision. Blade aimed at the gap between armor plating and collarbone, where the major arteries ran close to the surface. The blade found its target with the accuracy of a man who had spent his entire life studying where bodies were vulnerable. The blade bent against the Viltrumite's skin, the steel folded at the contact point like aluminum against stone. The edge that had severed the tendons of a dozen pro-heroes met tissue that existed at a density beyond anything the blade's metallurgy was designed to interact with, and the metal yielded because the metal had no other option. The evil mark looked down at Stain. He looked at the bent blade. He looked at Stain the way you look at something that has just demonstrated bravery and irrelevance simultaneously. One punch. His fist moved at a speed Stain's reflexes honed across years of combat against the fastest heroes in Japan, could not track, let alone evade. The impact hit Stain's chest at a force that exceeded the structural tolerance of the human ribcage by a factor that made the number meaningless. The punch went through. The force entered the chest cavity and destroyed everything in its path and exited through the spine, and the hero killer was dead before the kinetic energy finished transferring through his body. The ideology ended there. The crusade ended there. The blade and the philosophy and the years of the hero killer, all of it concluded in a half-second exchange with something that came from a universe where the things Stain killed would have been too weak to register as threats. Endeavor arrived 40 seconds after the impacts. The number 2 hero came in hot. Hell Spider deployed at maximum capacity, his body wreathed in the kind of fire that had earned him a ranking just below the summit of professional heroism. He read the 5 figures in the craters. He read the body of the hero killer on the ground. He read the bent blade and the lack of visible damage on the variant who had killed Stain. He processed all of it in under 2 seconds and launched his attack anyway, because Endeavor had never in his life responded to a threat by waiting to see if the threat was too large. Hellspider at full capacity. Fire threads, concentrated lanes of thermal energy at temperatures that exceeded what most materials could withstand, extending from all 10 fingers and sweeping across the 5 variants in a net of burning destruction. The fire was real. It represented decades of quirk cultivation, forced past human limits by a man who had spent his entire life refusing to accept that the gap between himself and the top could not be crossed through pure effort. The fire washed over the central variant. He looked at it. His arm was burning, the flame touching his skin, the temperature at full Endeavor output levels surrounding his limb. He looked at the fire around his arm the way you look at an insect that has landed on your sleeve. Awareness without concern, attention without respect. He shook it off. The fire fell away from his skin and died on the ground, undamaged, unmarked. The variant's flesh at the point of contact showed no thermal response. He looked at Endeavor across the 30 meters between them. "Cute," he said. Hawks arrived from the west. Airborne, feather blades deployed, the fastest hero in Japan reading the situation from altitude and deploying ranged attacks at maximum density. Hundreds of feathers, hardened, aerodynamic, each one a targeted projectile, converged on the nearest variant in a storm of edged metal. The feathers hit. They bounced. Each one contacting Viltrumite's skin and deflecting away without leaving a mark, without penetrating, without achieving anything beyond demonstrating the difference between what Hawks could deliver and what these targets required. The Hosu Pro heroes responded in waves. Every available hero in the city converged on the impact zone. Speed types, strength types, elemental types, support types, deploying their quirks with the desperate maximum effort of people who recognize extinction-level threats by instinct, even when no protocol exists to describe them. Fire quirks hit Viltrumite bodies and found nothing to burn that would stay burned. Impact quirks found nothing to break that would stay broken. Speed quirks found approach vectors, but could not find follow-through because closing distance with a Viltrumite without the ability to damage one on arrival was simply livering yourself to the problem. The feedback loop completed in under 2 minutes. Pro heroes at peak output could not damage the evil variants, could not slow them, could not do anything except be in the way. And being in the way of something Viltrumite meant being at risk of incidental destruction. One of the variants sidestepped a telekinetic quirk, and his elbow went through the exterior wall of a 3-story building without registering the contact, the wall simply yielding to his body as his body moved through the space where the wall had been, and the floor above losing its support and sagging. The city was taking damage from proximity. Izuku arrived over the war zone at maximum flight speed. The armor was at full deployment, every system active, every weapon system primed, every sensor running every threat assessment protocol in the Geldarian tactical database simultaneously. He came in from the northeast at supersonic velocity, the shockwave from his approach hitting the ground ahead of him in a pressure wave that scattered debris across two blocks. The scale of the damage registered in his tactical display as data points that painted a picture of devastation. Collapsed structures, fires in multiple zones, the pro heroes regrouping at safe distances that were shrinking as the variants moved. 5 Viltrumites moving through Hosu City with the unconcerned locomotion of beings for whom buildings were furniture and people were the moving things between the furniture. The strongest of the 5 was standing at the center of the engagement zone. He had not engaged the pro heroes. He had watched. The energy coming off him was different from the others, more controlled, more contained, the patient quality of someone who sits at the top of a hierarchy and does not need to demonstrate why. He turned and looked up at Izuku before Izuku spoke. Before the sonic boom from his arrival had finished echoing, his Viltrumite senses detecting the approach from the sound of displaced air alone, his eyes found the silver and gold armor. He took in the design, the alien origin, the energy channels, the material that was reading on whatever senses Viltrumites used for threat assessment as something more than standard. He tilted his head. Oh. A pause. The smile that formed was the smile of someone who has been bored for a long time and just saw something potentially entertaining. A guy in a metal suit. The smile widened. Let me peel you out of it. He launched Mach 5. From stationary to 5 times the speed of sound in the space between heartbeats, the kind of acceleration that conventional physics said should shatter the body producing it, and that Viltrumite physiology treated as a warm-up. The road behind him cratered from the launch force. The buildings on either side of his trajectory bowed outward from the displaced air. The compression wave ahead of his body, the wall of atmosphere being pushed rather than passed through, hit Izuku before the man himself did. A physical force that struck the armor like a truck hitting a wall. Izuku planted his feet on air. Thrusters fired to brace. He read the incoming trajectory, the speed, the force curve. The suit's AI projecting the impact values in Geldarian alongside the tactical recommendation. He extended his right arm. He caught the fist, the shockwave. It radiated outward from the point of contact in a sphere of displaced atmosphere that traveled in every direction simultaneously. Every remaining window in Hosu City, every pane of glass in every building within 2 kilometers of the contact point, fragmented at the same instant. Car alarms that had fallen silent triggered again. The pavement 12 stories below them, because Izuku had moved to intercept at altitude, to keep the city out of the direct engagement zone. The pavement cracked in a ring from the overpressure traveling down through the air column. People on the street grabbed their ears. The sound was beyond loud. It was physical, a force that hit the body rather than the eardrums, the atmosphere itself protesting the event that had just occurred within it. The Evil Mark's fist was locked in Izuku's armored grip. The Viltrumite's forward momentum, all that mass at Mach 5, had been arrested in an instant. The kinetic energy had been absorbed by the suit's molecular structure and distributed through the thruster system's counterforce protocols and stopped. Complete cessation of forward travel. The fist went nowhere. The arm attached to it went nowhere. The body behind the arm hung in the air with its momentum gone and its fist trapped, and the absolute certainty of its attack negated in a single exchange. The Evil Mark looked at his hand. He looked at the silver gauntlet holding it. His face underwent a shift, the entertainment falling away, the contempt falling away, something with genuine attention replacing both. This was a Viltrumite who had fought across multiple universes. He knew what should be able to stop a Mach 5 punch from his species, and the list was very short, and it did not include suits of armor worn by teenagers. "Your scan is wrong," Izuku said. His voice was level. The visor speakers carried it across the distance between them, without distortion, without emphasis, without the need for volume to create weight. "This is not a toy." He drove his left fist into the Evil Mark's jaw. The force behind the punch was everything the executive-class suit could deliver in a single focus strike. Geldarian engineering augmenting human physiology that was already above Geldarian baseline. The multiplication applied to the intent behind the strike, the output registering on the suit's own internal sensors as a value that the AI flagged and filed. The punch connected with the Viltrumite's jaw at the point where bone density was at its highest, where the mandible met the temporal bone, where the structural architecture of even Viltrumite biology had joints that were marginally less reinforced than the solid sections. His jaw fractured. The crack was audible from 30 meters. A sound that should have been impossible. Viltrumite bone breaking under applied force, reaching the ears of every pro-hero on the battlefield and carrying with it the immediate, visceral confirmation that the armored figure could do what none of them could. The force behind the fracture sent the Evil Mark backward, through a building. The exterior wall parted around his body in an explosion of concrete and glass. Through the interior, office space, furniture, support columns that snapped as his body passed through them. Through the far wall. Through the building behind it. Through the building behind that. 3 structures in sequence, each one losing a section of its architecture to the passage of a Viltrumite body that was carrying the momentum of a punch that broke something that should have been unbreakable. He cratered in the intersection at the far end of the block. The asphalt compressed beneath him in a depression that looked like a bomb had gone off from above. He lay still for 1 second, 2, 3. He stirred. 3 full seconds of stillness before Viltrumite regeneration reasserted itself. 3 seconds where the most dangerous thing in most universes had been on the ground and not moving, and the cause had been a single punch from a 15-year-old in alien armor. Every pro-hero on the battlefield had stopped moving. Every single one. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, the man who had chased the summit of heroism his entire life, was standing in the street with his flames still burning around him and his expression wearing something it had never been asked to wear before. Hawks was airborne, wings spread, feathers motionless, his face carrying the particular quality of someone rewriting their understanding of what was possible in real time. The Hozu Pro heroes, every one of them, at their various positions around the engagement zone, were looking at the line of destroyed buildings and then at the armored figure hovering at the center of where the line began. Hawks looked at the destruction. He looked at Izuku. He exhaled slowly through his nose. 3 of the remaining variants converged simultaneously. Whatever assessment they had been operating under, whatever casual dismissal they had brought to this universe, the sight of their leader in a street crater rewrote it entirely. They came from 3 angles, above, left, and right, coordinated, professional. The attack pattern of beings who had fought together across multiple realities and knew how to combine their individual lethality into a unified assault that left no escape vector. The one from above came as a pile driver, body vertical, fists locked together overhead, descending at terminal velocity plus Viltrumite acceleration, the combined force aimed at the crown of Izuku's head. The one from the left wrapped both arms around Izuku's torso in a full-body crush grip, Viltrumite strength at zero distance, every muscle fiber in the alien body committing to compression, the arms like industrial presses made of flesh, trying to collapse the armor inward against the body inside it. The one from the right found the edge of the visor faceplate, fingers at the seam where the faceplate met the cranial section, and pulled. The armor held. The piledriver impact from above struck the suit's dorsal plating, and the force distributed through the molecular structure in a wave that the AI managed by routing it to the thruster system for ejection as kinetic bleed-off. The crush grip compressed against plating that responded with increased molecular density, the suit pouring mass into the contact points, the armor growing denser where the pressure was greatest, the energy channels burning brighter as power output climbed to match the force applied against it. The suit was designed for this. This exact scenario, multiple Viltrumite-level combatants applying maximum force simultaneously, was the operational parameter that justified the executive class designation over the standard model, but the fingers at the visor edge were finding purchase. The faceplate's seam, the joint between the visor section and the cranial housing, was a fraction less reinforced than the solid plating. The Viltrumite fingers found this fraction and exploited it. The faceplate cracked, a hairline first, then wider, the structural integrity of the visor compromised at the edge where the fingers pulled. Through the crack came force. Through the force came a thin line of red at the edge of Izuku's cheekbone. Blood drawn for the first time in the engagement. Human blood on human skin where the armor had been compromised. He felt the blood, warm against his face, the sting of exposed tissue where the air reached it. He fired both thrusters straight down at maximum output. The acceleration was instantaneous and overwhelming. The full force of the executive suit's propulsion applied in a single directional burst that tore him free of the crush grip, dislodged the fingers from his visor, and blasted all three variants away from him in a radial explosion of displaced air. The piledriver above was caught in the upwash and tumbled. The crush gripper lost his hold and fell. The visor puller was thrown backward and hit a building that collapsed its top 3 floors from the impact. Izuku was 50 meters up before the dust settled. He hovered. The visor was cracked, a line running from the edge where the blood was to the center of the faceplate, but holding. The blood at his cheekbone had begun to dry in the wind at altitude. He looked down at 3 evil marks reconfiguring below him, their approach pattern shifting from simultaneous to staggered, learning from the first failure. His forearms changed. Both arms grew blades of compressed Geldarian metal, manifested from the suit's molecular structure at the speed of intent, the material flowing from the forearm plating into an edged shape that extended 40 centimeters past his fists. The blades were dense, the AI adapting the molecular compression in real time based on what the scanners said Viltrumite tissue required to be cut. The first engagement had confirmed that the variant leader's jaw could be fractured by concentrated kinetic force. The blades concentrated force along an edge measured in micrometers. The math favored the blades. He dove, full thrust. The distance between 50 meters altitude and the nearest variant closed in a fraction of a second. The blade connected across the evil mark's chest, cutting into the skin, the Geldarian edge finding purchase against Viltrumite tissue, and drawing a line that parted flesh in its wake. The cut was real. The blood was real. The variant's response, immediate, reflexive, the pure combat instinct of something that had just been hurt, was to grab Izuku's forearm and hurl him sideways with the full force of a being that could throw objects into orbit. Izuku went through a skyscraper. Exterior wall, the glass and steel parting around his body in a cloud of debris. 3 floors of office space, desks and chairs and walls, disintegrating as his mass at that velocity converted everything in his path into confetti. Out the far wall, another explosion of structural material, a second shower of glass catching the fires from below and reflecting them in 1,000 fragments. He was already correcting his trajectory. Thrusters firing in opposition to the throw's vector, decelerating, stopping, turning back. Under 2 seconds from entry to exit to controlled flight, He came back in. Second engagement. He closed on the next variant and transitioned from blades to an open palm configuration. Both palms pressed against the target's chest, physical contact, zero distance, and the thrusters fired point blank. The propulsion system's output was designed to move a fully armored body at faster-than-light speeds across interstellar distances. Applied at zero range against a Viltrumite chest, the concentrated force was enormous. The variant hit the ground hard enough to leave a crater 6 feet deep. The pavement around the crater fractured in a starburst pattern that extended 30 meters in every direction. Third engagement. The remaining two came together. Coordinated rush, both aiming center mass. Izuku generated a spherical construct, the suit expanding outward in a full-body release of concentrated plasma energy, a detonation centered on his own position that was less a weapon and more a declaration. The burst caught both variants at contact range and threw them backward. One clipped a building, and the building listed, the structural supports on one side failing from the impact, the entire structure beginning a slow lean that would end in collapse within minutes. The dust cloud from the second variant's landing swallowed half a block, 4 minutes of sustained engagement. Hosu City was a war zone. The streets were cracked in patterns that told the story of every impact. Collapsed building sections marked the trajectory of thrown bodies and redirected charges. Fires burned in 3 separate block zones where ruptured gas lines had found ignition sources. Every civilian within 6 blocks had been moved by pro-heroes performing the most useful function available to them in this fight. Evacuation, crowd control, perimeter establishment, because the fight itself was beyond their intervention capability. The pro-heroes knew this. They hated knowing it, but they knew it, and they were doing what they could, and what they could was saving lives instead of ending threats. The evil marks were hurt. The suit's scans confirmed it. Tissue damage on 3 of them, the cut on the leader's chest still seeping because his regeneration was prioritizing the jaw fracture, burns, and kinetic bruising on the others from the thruster application and the plasma burst. They were healing. Viltrumite regeneration working on all of them simultaneously, closing wounds, reducing bruising, the temporary nature of injury against their biology asserting itself, but they were hurt. Genuinely hurt, and they were angry in a way they had not been at the start. The leader rose from his street crater. His jaw had healed. The bone, fractured by Izuku's punch minutes ago, had reknit during the time his allies were engaged. He rolled it, testing the joint, confirming the repair, his hand coming up to touch the point of impact the way you touch a bruise that has faded. His eyes found Izuku in the air above the engagement zone, and in them was something new. Something that had replaced the entertainment and the contempt and the attention with a singular, focused intent. He flew up to Izuku's level. They hung in the air together above the burning city, 100 meters of altitude. The fires below them cast upward light that made the variant's face theatrical from below and made the armor glow with reflected orange. The sound of the city in distress rose between them. Sirens and structural settling and the distant movement of evacuating crowds. "You want to protect this planet," the evil mark said. It was not a question. The statement carried the weight of recognition, one warrior identifying the motivation of another, the acknowledgement that what Izuku was doing had a why behind it that the variant could read. "Then, come with me." He grabbed Izuku's shoulders with both hands. His fingers locked onto the armor's shoulder, plating with a grip that said this conversation was over, and the next part was happening regardless of response. The grip was Viltrumite's strength, the kind that deformed most materials it contacted, that treated steel as a soft metal and titanium as a minor obstacle. Against executive plating, the grip held without deforming the surface, but held completely, immovably, a physical lock between 2 bodies that could only be broken by force exceeding the grip strength applied. He fired straight up. The acceleration was beyond anything Izuku had experienced. Viltrumite flight at maximum thrust, the raw speed of a species that could cross solar systems under their own power, applied vertically, straight up, tearing them away from the city and into the sky at a velocity that compressed the air beneath them into a physical barrier and left a vacuum column in their wake that buildings at the edge swayed toward. Hosu City shrank. The grid of streets became a pattern, became a cluster, became a broken cluster with fires visible from altitude as orange points in the growing distance below. They punched through the cloud layer in under 10 seconds. The air thinned. The blue of the sky faded toward indigo and then toward the absolute black of the upper atmosphere, where the boundary between habitable space and the void between worlds grew thin. Stars appeared, visible through the thinning atmosphere, bright and steady and indifferent. The curvature of the Earth became visible, the planet's arc readable against the void, the distinction between atmosphere and space marked by a thin blue line that wrapped the world like a membrane. They reached the thermosphere. The evil mark released one shoulder and punched. Full force. Viltrumite's strength at the edge of space, each blow carrying the mass and the velocity and the fury of something that had crossed universes and killed across them and had just been surprised by something it expected to be beneath its notice. The strikes hit the armor at the chest, the visor, the shoulder joints. Each one carried force sufficient to level a mountain if directed at the ground, concentrated in a fist, delivered at speeds that made the contact instantaneous, the energy transfer complete before the neural system could process the event. In the absence of atmosphere, the impacts were pure. Nothing to distribute the force, nothing to absorb the excess. Just Viltrumite strength against executive plating at the roof of the world, each exchange a raw test of engineering against evolution, of Geldarian technology against the hardest biology the universe had produced. The visor fractured further. The crack from the earlier engagement widened, spreading from the edge toward the center, the structural integrity of the faceplate degrading with each strike. The silver plating dented at 2 contact points. Genuine deformation, the molecular structure of the suit compressing under loads. It was designed to withstand, but that were being applied with sustained fury rather than single instance force. Izuku's head snapped back with each blow. The blood at his cheekbone reopened, he took them. Thrusters fired in micro-corrections, keeping him in position, preventing the strikes from hurling him away, keeping the engagement at close range, because at close range he could respond, and at distance he was simply a target being driven further from the planet he was protecting. Each impact landed, and he remained where he was, and the gold channels burned brighter with each successive blow as the suit's power systems ramped output to match the sustained assault. "You're just a kid and a toy!" The evil mark's voice traveled through the physical contact of their bodies rather than through the near vacuum around them. His fists continued their assault, each word punctuated by a strike. A piece of alien garbage in a metal shell, playing hero. The next punch came. Izuku caught it. His right hand closed around the evil mark's fist at the apex of the swing, catching the Viltrumite's full-force blow in mid-delivery, arresting the momentum, stopping the strike the way he had stopped the initial charge over Hosu. His grip locked. The fingers of the gauntlet sealed around the fist, with the finality of something that had decided to stop accepting punishment and start delivering consequences. His eyes glowed through the cracked visor. Green, lit from behind by the suit's energy overflow. The power core running so hot that the excess bled through the neural interface points and illuminated the human eyes behind the faceplate. The blood at his cheekbone had dried to a thin line. The dents in his armor caught starlight. The gold energy channels along every section of the suit burned white gold, the suit responding to the willpower behind the grip, reading the absolute refusal to break that was flowing through the neural link, amplifying its output to match the commitment of its host. This was what the executive class was designed for. This moment, this exact configuration, a host at the edge of sustained engagement against the hardest thing the universe could produce, a host who had taken damage and refused to process it as a reason to stop, a host whose willpower was feeding the suit's systems with the specific frequency of energy that Geldarian engineers had spent centuries trying to find. The suit was built to be the last line. It was built for the host who would stand on that line and refuse to move backward, regardless of what was standing on the other side. "I am the executive defender of Earth," Izuku said. His voice did not rise. It did not need to. The words carried weight because the being speaking them had earned every syllable through blood and refusal and the simple, inarguable fact that he was winning this fight at the edge of space against something designed to be invincible. And you are going home. The tech jacket rerouted every auxiliary system, life support. Offline, running on the biological minimum that his human body could sustain in the next 30 seconds without atmospheric assistance. Sensor array offline. The tactical display going black because what he needed to do next did not require sensors. Communication relay offline. Every watt, every joule, every unit of energy the suit generated routed to two systems, thrusters and chest core. The result was visible from below, from Hosu City, from the streets where pro-heroes were looking up at the sky where two figures had disappeared. The suit became visible. A point of white gold light at the edge of the atmosphere, brighter than the stars around it, brighter than anything human technology had placed at that altitude. The energy channels along every section of the armor reached maximum output simultaneously. The silver plating radiated heat against the cold of space until the suit itself was a star. Small, fierce, burning with the contained fury of a civilization's greatest engineering, powered by a host who had been told since age 4 that he was nothing and had spent 11 years proving that assessment wrong. Izuku grabbed the evil mark by the throat. His left hand released the captured fist and closed around the Viltrumite's neck. The grip found purchase against skin that was supposed to be invulnerable and held because the force behind the grip exceeded the threshold that invulnerable represented for this species. The evil mark's hands came up, both of them grabbing at the armored forearm, pulling, prying. Viltrumite's strength applied to the task of freeing himself from a hold he could feel tightening. Izuku spun them. Using the variant's own residual momentum, the mass differential between them, armor weight plus human weight against pure Viltrumite mass, he reversed their positions in a rotational maneuver that put him above for the first time in the engagement. Above the evil mark. Between the evil mark and the stars. Looking down at the planet visible below them, the blue-green-brown arc of Earth, Hosu City, a cluster of light on the night side, the fires still visible as orange pinpricks even from this altitude. The evil mark grabbed at his hands, both of them around the armored wrist, pulling with everything available. The grip held. Izuku held. He ignited the chest core. The executive suit's main power core sat at the center of the chest plate, the primary energy source for the entire system, an antimatter Geldarian hybrid reactor that generated the power for every function the suit performed. At standard output, it powered flight, weapons, constructs, and life support simultaneously with capacity to spare. At maximum output, at the level Izuku was demanding from it now, all auxiliary offline, every scrap of generated energy feeding a single function, it was a weapon. The suit was never designed to use it as one. The failsafes existed to prevent this application. Izuku overrode the failsafes. The plasma release from the chest core at full output, point blank against the Viltrumite's chest, zero distance, maximum concentration, was not a weapon construct. It was the core itself venting. The antimatter reaction's energy output released as a concentrated stream of destruction aimed at a single target with zero spread and maximum force. The light from the release was visible from the ground as a flash, a brief, brilliant point of white in the upper atmosphere that people in 3 cities would report seeing and that astronomical observatories would initially classify as a high-altitude atmospheric event before being quietly corrected. The energy burned through the evil mark's suit. It reached his skin. It burned that too. The Viltrumite made a sound. It was not the sound of something that had called Endeavor's best attack cute. It was the sound of something experiencing genuine pain for the first time in its transit across universes. The raw, unprocessed vocal response of a body encountering damage at a scale it was not equipped to dismiss. The force behind the blast drove him downward, away from Izuku, away from the void, back toward the surface, accelerating toward the atmosphere with the combined momentum of Izuku's thrust output and the directional force of the plasma release, pushing him planetward. Toward the rift. The dimensional breach was still open, visible from this altitude as a blue-white tear in the planet's upper atmosphere, its edges sparking with the instability of a membrane held open past its natural duration. The rift was fraying. The edges were losing coherence. The dimensional barrier trying to heal itself against the intrusion. The two universes pressing against the membrane from both sides, trying to close the wound. It would close on its own, eventually. But eventually was too long. Eventually left the rift as an entrance point for anything else that wanted to come through. Izuku did not release the Viltrumite's throat, he angled them both. Adjusted the thruster vector. Pointed them at the rift and fired everything he had left. They hit the dimensional membrane together. The crossing was violent. The boundary between universes was not meant to be transited by physical objects under force. The membrane resisted, pushed back, tore at the armor's molecular structure as they passed through it. System warnings cascaded through the suit's remaining active displays. Damage reports from sections of the armor that had never been damaged before, the dimensional energy feeding back through the molecular bonds and disrupting them at a fundamental level. The AI reported in Geldarian structural integrity compromised at 7%, 9%, 12%, holding the other side was wrong. The sky was a color that had no name in any language Izuku spoke. Close to purple, close to green, neither. Both. Something that the human visual cortex processed as discomfort rather than information. The physics underfoot felt different in a way his body could sense but not articulate. The gravity wrong, the air wrong, the light wrong. A fragment of a universe that had been damaged by whatever war had sent these variants tumbling through the membrane in the first place. He had 3 seconds. The pursuing variants, 3 of them moving toward the rift at full Viltrumite flight speed, were closing the distance. The suit's offline sensors could not track them, but the AI had projected their intercept time before going inactive, and the projection said 3 seconds. Izuku looked at the dimensional membrane from the inside. The rift's inner surface was visible as a curtain of blue-white energy, unstable, flickering, its edges already trying to contract. The suit carried one function for this scenario. One last resort protocol from the deepest level of Geldarian emergency systems. An antimatter seal designed for breach closure when proper equipment was unavailable. The seal would expend the suit's entire antimatter reserve. The reserve would take 72 hours to replenish. During that time, the suit would operate on secondary power. Reduced output, reduced capability, alive but diminished. The seal required the user to be on the correct side of the membrane when it fired. Izuku tightened his grip on the evil mark's throat. The Viltrumite was conscious, burned, damaged, furious, his hands still pulling at the armored forearm with diminishing effectiveness as the burns on his chest competed with his healing factor for priority. Izuku looked at him. Green eyes through a cracked visor, meeting the eyes of something from another universe that had come to break his world. He threw him, full suit strength, full thruster assistance. The evil mark left his grip at a velocity that sent him spinning deeper into the wrong universe. Away from the membrane, away from the rift, away from Earth. He tumbled. He would recover. He would be fine. Viltrumites survived worse than being thrown. But he was on the wrong side of the barrier. And in the next second, the wrong side was going to become the permanent side. Izuku turned back to the membrane. He fired the antimatter seal. The closure was total. The rift's edges contracted inward from every point simultaneously. The blue-white membrane energy compressing toward a central point as the antimatter reaction provided the energy needed to collapse the breach completely. The dimensional wound healed. The two universes separated. The membrane reformed between them in a flash of light that was both sides' physics reasserting their sovereignty. The rift was gone. On the Earth side, the shockwave from the ceiling radiated outward in every direction. A thunderclap of dimensional energy that was felt rather than heard across every city within 300 kilometers of Hosu. Windows that had survived the earlier fighting vibrated. Buildings hummed. The sky that had been torn, that had shown the wrong colors of another reality through its wound, was whole again. Blue-black evening sky with stars in their correct positions and nothing between them that did not belong. Izuku was on the correct side. He hung in the thermosphere with the armor running on secondary power. Every auxiliary system was offline. The visor had retracted, the suit pulling back the cracked faceplate because it could no longer maintain the structural integrity required to keep it in position. His face was exposed to the near vacuum, and the suit compensated by generating a minimal atmospheric envelope around his head from the remaining secondary systems. Enough oxygen, enough pressure, enough warmth to sustain consciousness for the time needed to descend. The energy channels were dim. The gold that had burned white during the chest core release was faded to a faint amber glow that pulsed with the slow rhythm of systems in recovery mode. The thrusters were at minimum output, just enough to prevent a fall, just enough to maintain a controlled descent rather than a ballistic re-entry. The AI gave him a status report in Geldarian. The translation was simple. You are alive. Systems will recover. Land immediately. He started descending. He came down over Hosu City at a fraction of his standard flight speed. The descent was slow enough to be visible. A figure against the evening sky, silver armor catching the fires below and the stars above, descending in a gentle arc that said the battle was over, and what was coming down was the person who had ended it. The remaining variants, the ones who had been in the city when the rift closed, the ones who had been pursuing him toward the membrane and failed to reach it before the seal fired, were accounted for in the streets below. The rift's closure had done something to them. The dimensional shockwave had disoriented Viltrumite senses in a way that conventional attacks could not. Temporal dissonance, the feedback of being in a universe whose membrane had just reasserted itself, affecting their neural systems in a manner that left them stumbling, vulnerable, slow for the first time since their arrival. Pro-heroes whose quirks were useless in direct combat proved sufficient for restraint against disoriented targets. 2 of the 5 were in custody, specialized containment already being improvised by heroes whose experience with overwhelming threats had taught them to work fast when windows opened. 2 more were unaccounted for. Izuku filed that information in the section of his mind reserved for threats that required future attention and began his final descent. He sat down in the center of the damage zone. The armor was still active on secondary power. The silver plating was dull compared to its standard state. The polished sheen reduced to a matte finish by the dimensional transit's surface-level erosion. 3 dent points marked the locations where Viltrumite fists had found purchase: left shoulder, right chest plate, center visor housing. The visor was retracted and his face was visible, 15 years old, a dried line of blood at the edge of one cheekbone, a bruise forming along his jaw from impacts that had transferred through the armor's padding, green eyes that carried the same certainty they had carried before the fight, during the fight, and now after the fight. The certainty had never moved. It had never been in question. Endeavor was 30 meters away. The number 2 hero was standing in the destroyed street with his flames banked to their lowest visible output. His face carried something that his 17-year career of controlled fury had never prepared his features to express. He had been part of this engagement. He had deployed his full quirk output against one of the variants and received the word cute in response. He had then watched, from the ground, from the position of someone whose lifetime of effort had just been contextualized, as a 15-year-old student positioned himself between 5 Viltrumites and an entire city and won. The word was insufficient for what had occurred, but it was the correct word. Izuku Midoriya had won. Against beings that treated the number 2 hero's best attack as a minor amusement. Against beings that had killed the hero killer, the most feared combatant in Japan, with a single punch. Against beings that had shrugged off every quirk deployed against them by every pro-hero in Hosu with less concern than most people showed brushing insects from their skin, Endeavor stood very still. The flames around him flickered in the evening air, and he said nothing because there was nothing to say that would not sound like either denial or surrender, and he was not capable of either. Hawks landed beside Endeavor, his wings folded, his feathers, fewer than when the fight started, many of them broken or missing from attempts to engage the variants, settled against his back with the exhaustion of a system that had been operating past its comfortable limit. He looked at Izuku. He looked at the dented plating. He looked up at the sky that was whole again, that showed stars and the thin edge of the atmosphere and nothing else, nothing torn, nothing wrong. The rift was gone, and the being who had closed it was standing in front of him looking like a high school student who had stayed out past curfew. He exhaled. Okay, he said, to nobody, to himself, to the situation. Okay. The word contained everything he was going to need the next 6 hours to process. For now, it was enough. Ida stood 60 meters away. He was in the debris field of a different engagement entirely. He had been pursuing Stain through the alleys when the sky opened and the world changed. And the pursuit became irrelevant in the face of something so much larger than personal vengeance, that the vengeance itself felt like a childhood concern held up against an adult reality. He had watched the fight from the ground. He had watched Izuku disappear into the upper atmosphere, trailing light. He had watched the rift close. He had spent the minutes between disappearance and descent, standing in rubble with his hands at his sides and his brother's name in his chest, and the slowly forming understanding that heroism at its highest level looked less like vengeance and more like what he had just witnessed. He looked at Izuku across 60 meters of destroyed city. Something resolved in him. A decision, a direction, a recalibration of what he was doing and why he was doing it. And it settled into place with the weight of something permanent. He would have words for it later. For now, the resolution was enough. In UA's common room, 800 kilometers away, half of Class 1A was crowded around a laptop. The news feed had been running for 20 minutes. The footage was scattered. Civilian phone cameras catching fragments, news helicopters kept at a distance by the shockwaves, the occasional clear shot from a building-mounted security camera that had survived the engagement. What the students had was enough. They had seen the rift open. They had seen the variants land. They had seen pro-heroes fail. They had seen a silver figure arrive, and they had known instantly, collectively, without discussion, who was inside the armor. Uraraka had said nothing in 6 minutes. She was standing behind the couch where 3 other students sat, her hands on the couch's back, her eyes fixed on the laptop screen with the intensity of someone holding reality together through attention alone. The feed kept replaying the moment. Izuku grabbing the lead variant and firing upward, the 2 figures disappearing into the clouds. The trail of white gold light visible against the darkening sky until it was too high to see, then the flash, then the rift closing, then the thunder, then nothing. For 4 minutes. Nothing. The sky was intact and the hero was gone, and the feed showed nothing but smoke and aftermath, and the silence in the common room was the kind that made breathing feel intrusive. "He's fine," Uraraka said, out loud, to the room, in a voice that was making the statement true through force of declaration, as though saying it with enough certainty could reach through 800 kilometers of distance and pull the desired outcome into existence. 15 seconds later, the feed cut to a ground-level camera angle, a figure descending over Hosu. Silver armor catching firelight from below. The slow, controlled descent of someone returning from altitude on diminished power. Alive. Moving. Coming back. Uraraka exhaled. The room exhaled. Someone said, "Holy shit," and someone else made a sound that was half laugh and half something else. And the tension that had been building for 4 minutes broke in a cascade of voices and relief, and the particular noise that teenagers make when something they were afraid of turns out to be fine. Bakugo was not in the common room. He was in his dorm. He was watching the same feed on his phone with his back against the wall, and his expression carrying the weight of everything he had just seen. And when the figure appeared on the descent, he closed his eyes for 1 second, and the second contained something he would never admit to, and never explain, and never discuss. Izuku stood in the damage zone and looked at the city. He took inventory. Every block in his visible range. The structural failures, buildings that had collapsed or were in the process of collapsing, their load-bearing elements compromised by Viltrumite impacts or shockwave damage. The fires, 3 zones contained by emergency services burning themselves out against structural materials that would not propagate the flame. The craters, 6 of them, marking the variant's initial landing sites and subsequent impacts during the fight. The line of destroyed buildings where his punch had sent the leader through 3 structures in sequence. He accounted for all of it. What broke because there was no alternative? The strikes he had landed that carried through into buildings behind the target. What broke because the variants treated the city as furniture? What broke because the shockwaves from their exchanges could not be contained within the engagement space? He filed all of it with the same honesty he applied to everything. He would write the report, every building, every block, every consequence of what he had done and what had been done around him, and the distinction between those two categories that mattered even when the outcome was the same. The armor's energy channels pulsed, faint gold, growing. The recharge cycle had begun. The suit's secondary systems feeding energy back into the depleted reserves, the antimatter generation process restarting at the molecular level, beginning the 72-hour restoration that would return the suit to full capability. The light grew stronger as he watched, the channels along his arms brightening from near invisible amber to a steady gold glow that said the system was alive and recovering, and that what had been spent could be rebuilt. He was bleeding. He was victorious. He was standing on the planet he had just defended in armor that was already beginning to remember what full power felt like. He was 15 years old. The universe, two universes, had just confirmed what the Geldarian on the burning beach already recognized at the moment. A 14-year-old with scarred hands pulled him from a wreckage and stayed in the fire until the job was done. He was the right host. The rift was sealed. The threat was answered. The city was standing, damaged, burning in places, but standing, and it would be standing tomorrow because he had decided it would be. The pro-heroes were regrouping around him, emergency services flowing into the zone, the machinery of response and recovery engaging the way it always engaged after the immediate threat was resolved. The world was beginning to process what had happened, and the processing would take weeks, and the conclusions would reshape the conversation about what heroism meant and who was capable of delivering it. Izuku looked up at the sky. It was whole. Evening blue fading toward night black at the zenith, stars appearing in the clear sections between the smoke that still rose from the fires below. The sky held its color and held nothing between its edges that did not belong. The membrane was sealed. The rift was a memory that the atmosphere was already forgetting. There was nothing up there except the cold of space and the light of stars and the absolute, confirmed safety of a barrier that would hold because he had made it hold. He took one slow breath. The air tasted like smoke and ozone, and the particular afterscent of plasma discharge, and he took it into his lungs and held it and let it out, and the breath was the first one in 20 minutes that did not carry the weight of immediate consequence behind it. The breath was rest. The breath was the period at the end of a sentence that had been building since a ship broke through the clouds over Dagobah Beach, and a 14-year-old boy ran toward the fire. The gold channels on his arms brightened another shade. The stars held their positions. The city beneath him began the long process of rebuilding what the evening had taken. Izuku Midoriya, the executive defender of Earth, stood in the wreckage of his first real war and breathed. And the sky stayed whole above him, and the ground stayed solid beneath him. And somewhere in the suit's deepest systems, the AI logged the engagement as complete and filed it beside the records of every host who had carried this armor before. Records that stretched back centuries, across galaxies, through wars that had shaped the fates of civilizations. And the AI noted, with the closest thing to satisfaction its programming could generate, that none of them had done what this one just did at the age this one just did it. The night settled over Hosu City. The fires dimmed. The sirens continued. The world kept turning because he had made sure it could. And somewhere in another universe, behind a sealed membrane, something with a healing jaw looked at the barrier between worlds and began planning its return. The planning took 6 hours. The jaw took 4. Viltrumite regeneration was efficient in the way that evolution optimized by millennia of planetary conquest was efficient. Bone reknitting at a pace that would have taken a human body months compressed into the span between injury and anger, finding its full shape. He sat in the wrong-colored sky of his broken universe and felt the mandible fuse along the fracture line and remembered, with the total recall that came with Viltrumite neurology, the exact force and direction of the punch that had broken it. A child in a metal shell, standing at the edge of space with green eyes lit from behind, had fractured something that had survived wars across 3 realities. The jaw healed, and the memory remained, and the memory was becoming architecture, the skeleton of a plan that would require more than his own hands to execute. But that was the other universe's problem. On this side of the seal, in the hours after the membrane closed, the consequences of the Hosu engagement were still distributing themselves across the map. 2 Viltrumite variants remained on Earth. The suit's passive sensor array had logged their trajectories in the final milliseconds before the dimensional shockwave scrambled all non-essential systems. 2 vectors, one northeast into the mountain ranges of central Honshu, one west toward the Pacific coastline. The data sat in the AI's memory waiting for Izuku to access it, and he accessed it at 4:12 a.m. the morning after the rift closed, standing on the roof of the building where Tatsumi's agency operated in Hosu. The city below him was still burning in 3 zones. Emergency services had been running continuous operations since the engagement ended. The smoke rose against a sky that was whole, and the smoke was the only thing wrong with the picture. The AI presented the tracking data in Geldarian. 2 blips, 2 positions extrapolated from last known vectors at estimated Viltrumite travel speeds minus the disorientation factor from the shockwave. The northeast target had covered approximately 400 kilometers before the shockwave's neurological effects would have degraded enough for coherent flight, meaning it was somewhere in the mountain ranges between Niigata and Nagano, likely grounded, likely recovering. The western target had reached open ocean before the AI went offline, which meant its current position was a probability cloud rather than a point. But the probability cloud's center sat 200 kilometers off the coast of Shimane Prefecture, 11% antimatter reserve. The suit was whispering recovery data in the background, climbing half a percentage point every 20 minutes, the reactor rebuilding its fuel at a rate that was impressive for Geldarian engineering and insufficient for the morning's requirements. 60% weapon system capacity, full sensor array, full flight capability at reduced maximum speed, full armor integrity after the overnight molecular reconstitution cycle had repaired the dent points and the visor crack. Izuku read the numbers and made his decision and launched northeast. The mountain variant was in a valley between 2 peaks that had names on maps and would need new names after this morning. The AI picked up the Viltrumite's thermal signature from 80 kilometers out, a body running hotter than anything else in the mountain range, the heat of a physiology that processed energy at levels that made it visible against cold stone and colder air. The signature was erratic, moving in bursts rather than sustained flight, 10 seconds of speed followed by 30 seconds of stationary recovery, the pattern of something whose inner ear and spatial orientation were still compromised from the dimensional shockwave's neurological interference. Izuku came in from above. 2,000 meters altitude, descending at maximum thrust on the current power budget, the compressed air ahead of his body forming a cone that scattered the cloud layer as he punched through it. The variant was below him, visible through the suit's enhanced optics as a figure in torn hero costuming stumbling between trees at the valley floor, one hand against his temple, the other trailing along the stone face of the mountainside for balance. Compromised, disoriented. A Viltrumite at half capacity was still a Viltrumite, still the hardest target the universe could produce, still capable of leveling everything within arm's reach if given the opportunity to regain full function. Izuku gave him nothing. He hit the valley floor at full descent velocity. The impact crater was 40 feet across and 6 feet deep, and the pressure wave from the landing tore every tree within the radius from the soil, sending their root systems skyward in a spray of earth and stone. The variant turned, his Viltrumite senses cutting through the disorientation, enough to register immediate physical threat, and raised both arms in a guard stance that said his combat training was still functioning even if his equilibrium was compromised. Izuku closed the distance before the guard completed its formation. One step with thruster assist, the ground behind his push-off foot cratering from the force, and his right fist found the variant's solar plexus at the full 60% of weapon system output. The impact carried through the body and out the back in a shockwave that removed the mountainside behind the target. A section of stone face 30 meters wide, simply ceasing to exist as coherent rock, the material pulverized by the transferred kinetic energy. The variant folded, his body bent around the fist the way a body bends around a force it cannot distribute fast enough. The Viltrumite musculature trying to absorb, trying to redirect, finding the input volume beyond what a single point of contact could manage, he flew backward, through the pulverized stone, through the mountain's interior for 20 meters of solid rock, out the far side in an eruption of granite fragments. Izuku followed through the tunnel his punch had created. The walls still settling, dust thick in the air, the passage illuminated by the gold energy channels on his armor. He emerged from the mountain's far face and found the variant trying to rise from the crater his exit had created in the adjacent valley. The variant got one arm under himself. He pushed up. His mouth opened, words forming, something between a threat and a plea, something that might have been language in his home universe. The sound reached Izuku's sensors and the AI did nothing with it. Because the translation was irrelevant to the outcome, Izuku's right forearm shifted. The molecular structure flowed from standard plating into a dense, single-edged blade of compressed Geldarian metal, the material vibrating at the frequency the AI had calibrated during the Hosu engagement for maximum interaction with Viltrumite tissue. He drove it downward. The blade entered at the base of the skull and exited at the sternum. The angle was steep, the penetration complete, and the Viltrumite body received damage to every major system between the entry and exit points simultaneously. The regeneration that defined the species activated at every wound site at once, and found the wound sites connected, the damage continuous rather than isolated, the system overwhelmed by a single catastrophic input that exceeded its capacity to prioritize. The body stilled. The thermal signature on the suit's sensors dropped. Viltrumite regeneration could heal almost anything given time and stability, but it required a functioning neural system to direct the repair sequence, and the neural system was among the things the blade had transited. Threat neutralized. The AI logged it. One entry in a database that stretched back centuries. Engagement duration 4 seconds. Host damage sustained 0. Antimatter expenditure 1.2%. The numbers went into permanent storage beside records of engagements against the same species that had lasted hours and cost previous hosts everything. Izuku withdrew the blade. The construct dissolved back into standard plating. He turned west without looking back and fired the thrusters at maximum available output toward the Pacific. The coastal variant took longer. She was in open ocean. The tracking AI had been correct about the probability cloud's center, and when Izuku arrived above Shimane's coastline and pushed his sensor range to maximum, the Viltrumite signature resolved 230 kilometers offshore. Moving fast. Moving in a straight line now, the dimensional shockwave's neurological effects fully dissipated after 12 hours of recovery time. She was at standard Viltrumite flight speed and heading further from shore with the trajectory of something that had decided Earth was a problem best left behind. Izuku did not let her leave. The same species that had torn through Hosu, that had killed without distinction, that had arrived through the rift with the stated intent of seeing what breaks, letting one of them exit Earth's sphere of influence meant letting that information travel. Letting the knowledge of Earth's location and the weakness of its dimensional membrane reach whatever remained of the Viltrumite power structure in that other universe, he caught her above the open Pacific at an altitude of 3,000 meters. The ocean below was featureless, gray-blue under morning clouds, no landmass visible in any direction, the horizon a clean line between water and sky. She saw him coming. Viltrumite senses registered the approach from 50 kilometers, and she turned to face him in the air with the posture of someone who has decided that running is finished, and what comes next is the only option remaining. She was stronger than the mountain variant. The AI's real-time scans confirmed it. Higher bone density, greater muscle mass, the specific readings that placed her closer to the leader's tier than the foot soldier category. Her suit was damaged from the Hosu engagement and the shockwave's aftermath, but her body was intact, recovered, operating at the full capacity of what Viltrumite physiology could deliver. She hit him first. The punch came from below his center of gravity, an uppercut trajectory that exploited the physics of aerial combat, driving upward with the full torque of her core rotation behind the fist. The impact connected with the armor's chin section, below the visor, and the force snapped Izuku's head back. The kinetic transfer registered on the suit's feedback systems as a value 30% above the mountain variant's output. Real force. The kind that demanded respect from executive plating, Izuku's body traveled upward from the blow. 200 meters of altitude gained in the instant of impact, the momentum carrying him into thinner air. She followed. Close. Arms reaching for his torso, the grappling instinct of a species that knew its greatest advantage in close combat was the sustained application of full body strength against whatever it held. Her hands found the armor's waist section and locked. The crush began immediately. Viltrumite arm strength applied at zero distance, compressing inward against the plating, with intent that said this was her best application. The full body lock, the sustained squeeze, the technique that had probably worked against every opponent she had faced in her home universe. The armor's molecular density response activated, the plating growing heavier, denser, more resistant at every contact point, and the compression stopped at the surface without reaching the body beneath. Izuku grabbed both her wrists. His gauntlets sealed around her forearms, and his grip tightened past the point where her compression would have needed to be to cause damage and kept going. Viltrumite bone groaned under his fingers. She felt it, the sound of her own skeletal structure protesting, and released the crush grip on instinct. He headbutted her. The visor's forehead crest, reinforced, angled, the thickest section of the cranial housing, drove forward into her face at point-blank range with thruster assist from the neck section's articulation motors. The impact caught her across the bridge of her nose, and the Viltrumite cartilage there compressed. She reeled. Blood from her nose, actual Viltrumite blood, the first confirmation that the engagement was producing damage. The suit's power indicator climbed. 23% antimatter reserve. 24. The reactor was rebuilding even during the fight, and the weapon systems were responding, each minute of engagement giving him more capacity than the minute before. The AI reported the percentages in Geldarian, and at 31% the primary plasma systems unlocked their upper output range. She recovered fast. Viltrumite recovery from a broken nose was measured in single-digit seconds, and she came back swinging, a combination of strikes that showed training, that showed experience, each blow aimed at different sections of the armor to prevent the molecular density from pooling at a single point. She was smart about it. The strikes hit the arms, the legs, the back, spreading the force across the suit's total surface area, testing whether distributed damage could accumulate where concentrated force failed. It could accumulate. The armor tracked cumulative impact stress across all sections, and the numbers were climbing. She was finding a strategy that had long-term viability, and Izuku read it in the AI's data stream and decided that long-term was a category this fight would never reach. 38%. 39. The reserve hit 40, and the weapon system snapped to full capacity in a single system-wide unlock. Every plasma emitter, every construct generator, every offensive module the executive suit carried going from 60% ceiling to 100% availability in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Izuku felt it like a door opening in his chest. The power was there, all of it. His forearms changed. Twin plasma cannons, the same configuration he had used against the USJ Nomu, manifested from the molecular structure in a quarter second. She saw the shift, and her eyes went wide with the recognition of something she had seen from a distance during Hosu. She tried to break the engagement distance. She pushed off his chest with both hands and fired herself backward through the air at maximum velocity. Izuku fired. Both cannons. Full output. The plasma release crossed the distance between them, faster than her retreat velocity could create meaningful separation. Twin columns of white energy meeting her body at 12 meters and wrapping around her in a thermal envelope that exceeded what her tissue could dismiss. She screamed. The sound carried across the empty ocean in every direction, and there was nobody to hear it except the water below and the armor above, and neither of them cared. The plasma pinned her in place, the sustained release holding her against the force of her own attempted escape, the thermal damage accumulating across every surface of her body simultaneously. Her regeneration engaged, new tissue pushing outward under the plasma contact, burning immediately, regenerating again, burning again, the cycle running at maximum speed and losing ground because the input volume exceeded the repair rate. She lasted 8 seconds in the stream. On the 9th second, Izuku shifted the left cannon's molecular structure into a blade and closed the distance. The plasma from the right cannon held her in place. The blade from the left arm did what it was built to do at the exact location on her body where the thermal damage had accumulated most heavily, the chest, where the regeneration was working hardest, where the tissue was newest and therefore weakest. The blade went through. Her body fell toward the Pacific. It hit the surface 3,000 meters below with an impact that displaced water in a circular wave, radiating outward from the entry point. The ocean closed over the wound it had made in itself, and the depth at this location was 4,000 meters. And Viltrumite regeneration required oxygen, and there was none at the bottom of the Pacific. Izuku hovered above the ocean at dawn. The morning light came from behind him, eastern horizon turning gold, the first edge of the sun visible as a line of fire between the clouds and the water. His armor caught the light and reflected it in silver, and the gold channels along his frame matched the color of the rising sun. And for a moment, if anyone had been watching, if any camera or satellite or passing aircraft had captured the image, they would have seen something that looked less like a teenager and more like a signal. A marker placed at the edge of the world that said the world's edge was defended. 2 threats removed. The AI updated the priority list. The top entry read in Geldarian, dimensional incursion source, status sealed, risk assessment, future breach probability declining. The second entry, domestic villain infrastructure, status active, capability degraded, leader Shigaraki Tomura. The third entry was blank. It would fill itself when the next thing came. He turned toward Japan. The thrusters engaged, and the ocean below him blurred with speed, and the morning sun chased his shadow across the water and could never catch it. The 12 cities burned at 11:47 p.m. on a Wednesday, 3 weeks after Hosu. Shigaraki had been building in the wreckage of every failure. The USJ taught him that one Nomu was insufficient. Hosu taught him that the gap between his forces and the armored boy was measured in categories rather than degrees. The Hosu aftermath, watching from whatever distance he maintained, whatever surveillance he had left operational, taught him that simultaneous deployment was the only remaining variable that favored his side. One location meant one response point. 12 locations meant 12 response points, and even something that flew at the speeds the armored boy flew at could only be in one place at one time. The math was wrong. The math was always going to be wrong when the variable being calculated against was the executive class tech jacket. But Shigaraki believed his own math because the alternative to belief was accepting that everything he had built in the 6 months since the USJ was already dead, and the acceptance of death requires a capacity for surrender that Shigaraki Tomura had been built without. The warp gates opened at 11:47 p.m., 12 of them. Simultaneously, across Japan, Kurogiri's spatial displacement pushed to the absolute limit of his range, each gate a smaller aperture than his standard output, each one barely large enough for the creature passing through it. Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya, Sapporo, Fukuoka, Sendai, Hiroshima, Kobe, Yokohama, Kawasaki, Chiba. 12 high-end nomas stepping through 12 portals into 12 population centers and immediately beginning the work they were engineered for. The Hero Network alert went live at 11:48 p.m. Every registered pro-hero in Japan received the simultaneous deployment notification. The classification was S rank at every site, the highest threat level the system could assign, reserved for events that exceeded individual hero response capability. The message was the same at every location. Massive bioengineered threat, multiple quirks confirmed, civilian evacuation priority alpha. Izuku was in his dorm room at UA when the alerts hit his suit's relay system. The AI intercepted the Hero Network broadcast and translated it into Geldarian tactical data in the time between one breath and the next. 12 targets, 12 positions. The geographic spread was Japan-wide, northernmost in Sapporo, southernmost in Fukuoka, a distribution that said the planner understood response time as a function of distance and was trying to maximize it. The AI computed transit times between all 12 sites at maximum flight speed, and the total came back achievable. The word in Geldarian meant more than its English equivalent. It meant achievable within the window required to prevent mass casualties. The suit deployed, silver erupted from the collarbone band and sealed across his body in the darkness of his dorm room. The armor manifesting with the speed that 10 months of integration had refined, sub-second from rest state to full combat readiness. The visor locked, the thrusters primed, the weapon systems came online at full capacity for the first time since the antimatter reserve completed its restoration cycle 6 hours ago, and the numbers in his display read 100% across every metric. He went through the window. The glass yielded to his exit velocity without registering as an obstacle. He was above UA's campus in under a second, above the city in under 2, above the cloud layer in under 3. Maximum thrust. The air surrendered to his passage in a cone of compressed atmosphere that lit white with friction heat at the leading edge. The visual signature of something moving at speeds that turned the atmosphere itself into a medium, requiring consideration, Sapporo first. Furthest north, longest transit for ground-based hero response pat the site with the highest estimated time to first responder. He crossed the distance in 80 seconds of sustained maximum velocity. The city appeared below him as a grid of lights with a gap at the center, a gap where lights should have been and were instead replaced by fire and the absence of structure. The Nomu had been active for 90 seconds. In 90 seconds, it had leveled a 4-block radius. The buildings within that radius were rubble and flame, and the buildings at the edge were listing with structural damage from shockwaves that had radiated outward from whatever the creature had been doing at ground zero. Izuku came in at a descent angle designed for maximum visual impact and minimum engagement delay. He hit the Nomu from above at full flight speed. The combined velocity of his descent and his thruster output, creating an impact force that drove the creature through the street surface, through the utility tunnels beneath the street, and into the bedrock below. The crater that formed at the point of entry was 60 feet across. Buildings at the crater's edge lost their foundations and slid inward. The Nomu's quirk profile registered on his sensors during the impact. Super regeneration confirmed. Kinetic redirection. A variant of shock absorption that reflected rather than distributed force. Fire generation. Flight capability. The kinetic redirection engaged. The force Izuku had applied to the creature's body reversed its vector and came back at him through the point of contact. His own momentum returned to his armor as a reflected wave. The suit absorbed it. Executive plating, taking its own kinetic output back without damage because the suit's absorption rating exceeded its own output rating, which was the fundamental safety margin Geldarian engineers had built into the system. The reflected force was simply reabsorbed into the thruster system as recoverable energy. The Nomu rose from the bedrock. It climbed out of the crater with the mindless persistence of something that had one instruction and would execute it until physically incapable. Its body was damaged from the initial impact, bones broken, tissue compressed, and the regeneration was already working, new flesh pushing outward, bones realigning. The fire generation quirk activated simultaneously, wreathing the creature's body in flame that said it intended to make proximity costly. Izuku evaluated the kinetic redirection for 2 seconds. The AI analyzed the quirk's mechanism. Force applied at the contact surface was captured and returned at the same magnitude along the same vector. The counter was simple. Apply force that the mechanism could capture but redirect into a direction that caused additional damage to the host rather than the attacker. He grabbed the Nomu by both ankles. His hands closed around the creature's legs at the joint, the thinnest point of the Viltrumite-inspired bone structure, and he swung. The Nomu's body described an arc through the air with its legs as the fulcrum and its head as the radius endpoint. The kinetic energy he applied was directed downward through the creature's own skeletal structure, and the kinetic redirection quirk captured it and sent it. Where? Back along the contact vector. The contact vector ran through the creature's own bones. The force reflected into its own skeletal system at the femoral junction, and the bones there received their own reflected impact and fractured. The regeneration healed the fracture in 2 seconds. Izuku swung again. Fracture, heal, swing, fracture, heal. The cycle running at a pace that kept the regeneration perpetually occupied with a single location, while Izuku's other systems prepared the real solution. His right forearm shifted to plasma cannon configuration, while his left hand maintained the grip. The cannon charged, full output, the antimatter reactor feeding energy into the emitter at sustained fire rates, and he aimed it at the creature's exposed brain case. The cranial structure of the high end was unprotected, the brain visible beneath a thin membrane of transparent tissue that pulsed with the quirk signatures running through it. He fired. The plasma struck the brain case at 0 distance. The membrane failed immediately. The tissue beneath, the quirk-bearing neural matter that directed every function of the engineered body, received thermal input at a magnitude that exceeded its regeneration's capacity to repair in real time. The brain cooked. The quirks failed. The kinetic redirection, the fire generation, the flight capability, all of them ceased as the neural tissue generating them ceased to function. The body went limp. Izuku released the ankles. The Nomu fell into the crater it had been pulled from and did not move again. 87 seconds. Total engagement time from arrival to confirmed elimination. The AI logged it, and Izuku was already ascending, already turning south, already computing the transit time to the next site, Sendai. 41 seconds of transit time. The Nomu there had a phasing quirk. The ability to shift between solid and intangible states, passing through matter at will. It was inside a building when Izuku arrived, phasing through load-bearing walls and collapsing the structure from the inside out. The building was an apartment complex. There were people inside. Izuku went through the roof. The armor's sensors painted the interior in real time. Green markers for civilians, red for the Nomu, structural stress indicators at every load-bearing point. The Nomu was on the 7th floor, phased halfway through a support column, the column's integrity failing as the creature's mass occupied the same space as the concrete. The AI identified the phasing quirk's limitation in the engagement's 3rd second. The Nomu had to re-solidify to interact with matter, which meant there existed a transition state between phased and solid that lasted approximately 1/10 of a second. In that 1/10 of a second, the creature was vulnerable to physical force. Izuku timed it. He watched the phase transitions through 3 cycles: phased, transition, solid, interaction, transition, phased. And on the 4th cycle, he was in position. The instant the Nomu entered the transition state, his fist was already occupying the space the creature's head was solidifying into. The impact caught the skull at the moment of resolidification, and the timing meant the skull had to choose between solidifying around his fist or solidifying into it, and either option ended the same way. The skull failed. The Nomu dropped through the remaining floors of the building as a dead weight and hit the basement with the sound of something that would never phase again. Izuku grabbed the failing support column with both hands and held, the armor bracing the load for the 16 seconds it took for the building's weight to redistribute to alternative structural paths. The building stood. The residents were still inside. They stayed inside because the building stayed up, and both of those things were because he had been here and had been fast enough. He launched south, Tokyo. The high end there was the flagship. 4 quirks, the strongest of the 12, the one Shigaraki had designated as the statement piece. It was in Shibuya, the intersection, the most photographed location in Japan, full of the most people per square meter in the country at any hour. And at 11:52 p.m. on a Wednesday night, the density was still measured in thousands. The Nomu stood at the center of the scramble crossing and the crowd had scattered, but the scattered crowd still filled every exit route, and the creature was firing something, an energy quirk, violet bolts of concentrated force at the buildings surrounding the intersection, collapsing facades into the evacuation routes. Izuku arrived from above, and the sonic boom of his descent hit the intersection before he did. Every window in the Shibuya 109 building fragmented. The sound reached the crowd as a physical event, pressure in the eardrums, vibration in the chest, and every person running looked up and saw silver descending like a judgment. He hit the Nomu feet first. Both boots driving into the creature's dorsal spine with the full weight of his body at terminal descent velocity plus thruster output. The Nomu went through the street, through the subway tunnel beneath, through the tunnel floor, into the earth below that. The impact crater in the middle of Shibuya Crossing was 20 meters across, and the bottom was deep enough that the subway infrastructure was visible as broken tunnels feeding into the pit. The Nomu came back up. It flew. The flight quirk propelling it vertically out of the crater, its body already regenerating the spinal damage, the 4 quirks all active simultaneously. Energy bolts fired at Izuku from the creature's hands, while a 3rd quirk generated a hardened shell across its brain case, an armor-growing quirk that produced layers of dense bone-like material over its vulnerable points. The 4th quirk was the one the AI flagged, energy disruption, a localized field that interfered with powered systems within a 3-meter radius, causing fluctuations in energy weapon outputs. The plasma cannons flickered when Izuku formed them. The energy disruption field was active, a shimmer in the air around the Nomu that made the suit's weapon systems stutter at the emitter stage. The plasma formed, destabilized, reformed at 60%, destabilized again. The quirk was doing what it was designed to do, interfering with the one category of weapon that had eliminated every previous Nomu. Izuku read the disruption. He analyzed the field's parameters in the 2 seconds it took the Nomu to close distance. 3-meter radius. Affected energy weapons at the emission point. Did it affect kinetic constructs? The AI checked. Negative. The field interacted with emitted energy, beam-type weapons, solid constructs, molecular structures formed from the suit's material, operated outside the field's interference frequency. He switched to blades. Both forearms shifted. Compressed Geldarian metal, edge ground to micrometer width, the same configuration that had severed Viltrumite limbs in Hosu. He met the Nomu's charge at the 3-meter boundary, inside the disruption field where his plasma would flicker, where the creature thought it was safest, and cut. The first blade took the Nomu's right arm at the shoulder. The second blade followed a half-second behind and found the brain case, the hardened shell that the armor-growing quirk had produced over the skull. The shell met the Geldarian edge, and the Geldarian edge won because Geldarian molecular compression exceeded anything a terrestrial quirk could generate. The shell split. The blade found the brain beneath. The energy disruption field died with the brain that produced it. The creature's other quirks failed in the same instant. Flight ceasing, regeneration ceasing, the body dropping back into the Shibuya crater and joining its own severed arm at the bottom. The crowd had been watching. 1,000 people still in the streets around the intersection, running, pressed against buildings, hiding behind vehicles, but watching. They had seen the creature land, they had seen the destruction begin, they had seen the silver figure arrive, and they were watching, because what they were watching was beyond their capacity to look away from. A boy in alien armor, standing in the air above the smoking crater at the center of the busiest intersection in the world, blades retracting back into the plating of his forearms, the gold channels along his frame pulsing with the steady rhythm of a system operating well within its comfort range. A woman was holding her phone, recording. Her hand shook, but the phone was pointed upward, and the screen showed the silver figure, and the screen's image was already traveling, already moving through the networks, already finding the feeds and the platforms and the places where 1 million people would see it within the hour, within the minute. The footage of Shibuya would be the defining image of the event. One figure, alone, above the place where the monster had been, the monster gone. A child in the crowd said, "It's the Silver Hero." The words carried. Others heard them. Others repeated them. The phrase that would become the name the public used before they knew any other name for what they were looking at. The Silver Hero. Simple. Complete. Accurate. Izuku turned south and launched toward Yokohama. 9 more cities in the next 53 minutes. 9 more high-end Nomus, each with their unique quirk profiles, each requiring the engagement time necessary to identify the profile and exploit its weaknesses. Yokohama's Nomu had a gravity quirk. Izuku overpowered it with raw thruster output that exceeded the quirk's gravitational field strength. Kawasaki's had a sound-based quirk that could shatter molecular bonds through resonance. The suit's molecular structure adapted and vibrates vibration frequency to counter phase in the first second of exposure, and the quirk became inert. Chiba, Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya. The names passed beneath him in a blur of transit and brief, extreme violence. Fukuoka's Nomu was the last and the simplest. A brute. Super regeneration and enhanced strength without the complexity of additional quirks to compensate for the strength deficit between it and the executive suit. Izuku landed in front of it on the street where it was overturning vehicles and drove both fists into its chest at simultaneous maximum output. The creature's torso failed along every structural line. The regeneration activated, and Izuku fired both plasma cannons, back at full capacity, the nearest energy disruption field 2,000 kilometers away in a crater in Shibuya. And the thermal input destroyed the regenerating tissue faster than it could rebuild 12 nomus. 87 minutes elapsed from first engagement to final confirmed elimination. The suit's AI compiled the engagement report in Geldarian. 12 targets, 12 eliminations, 0 civilian casualties at any defended site. The undefended window, the gap between deployment and Izuku's arrival at each location, had produced injuries and property damage at every site. The injuries were the failure condition. The casualties were 0 because 87 minutes was faster than the high-end Nomus could convert injuries into deaths at their rate of civilian engagement. Faster by the margin that mattered, Izuku hovered above Fukuoka. The last Nomu was dissolving beneath him, the engineered tissue losing cohesion without the regeneration quirk to maintain it, the body's accelerated biology running in reverse. He looked at the suit's display, every system at peak, every weapon fully charged, every sensor array running clean and clear across the entire Japanese archipelago. The AI's threat priority list updated itself. Entry 1, Shigaraki Tomura, status active, 12 deployed assets eliminated, 12 months of work, 6 months of planning, all of whatever resources the League of Villains had remaining after the USJ and Hosu. Shigaraki had bet everything on the simultaneous deployment, creating enough chaos that even the armored boy could be overwhelmed by the geography of response. The bet returned nothing. The math Shigaraki built his plan on was wrong because the math did not account for the fact that the being he was trying to overwhelm treated Japan's total geography as a space he could cover in minutes. In UA's common room, the feeds were showing the aftermath in 12 cities. 12 simultaneous Hero Network alerts had gone from S-rank active to resolved in under 90 minutes, and every resolution was the same. The same silver figure, the same engagement pattern, the same result. The timestamps told the story. 11:49 p.m., Sapporo resolved. 11:51 p.m., Sendai resolved. 11:54 p.m., Tokyo resolved, the times cascading southward in a pattern that made the geographic reality of what had happened legible. Uraraka was sitting on the common room couch with her phone in both hands and her eyes moving between the feeds with the rapid attention of someone tracking a single presence across multiple camera angles. She had said something earlier, when the first alert came in and Izuku's dorm room had gone silent and they had all understood where he had gone. What she said was, "Go," and she said it to an empty hallway, and the word carried everything she meant by it. Todoroki was standing at the window. His reflection in the glass showed an expression that was doing new things, processing what it meant that a single person could address a nationwide threat in under 2 hours, while the entire Hero Network was still mobilizing its initial response teams. The reflection did things with his eyes that his face had been trained to avoid. Bakugo was in the common room. He had come down when the alerts started. He was standing at the back with his arms crossed and his face pointed at the laptop screen, and every muscle in his jaw was working. 12 Nomus. The boy he had known since they were 4 years old was systematically eliminating 12 creatures that were each individually rated as S-rank threats, and the footage showed each engagement lasting less time than the transit between them. Bakugo watched and said nothing, and his arms stayed crossed, and something in the architecture of his understanding about the world shifted along a fault line it had been building pressure against. Since the sports festival, Endeavor reached the Tokyo site 40 minutes after the alert. He arrived at Shibuya Crossing in full flame to find the crater, the dissolved Nomu tissue, and the crowd still recording the sky where the silver figure had been. The footage on their phones showed what had happened. Endeavor watched a 30-second clip on a stranger's phone screen. The silver hero descending, the engagement, the blades, the result, and his flames dimmed while he watched. They dimmed to the lowest output they had been at in a public setting in his entire career, and he was unaware it was happening because the awareness required to maintain them was occupied elsewhere. 3 weeks passed. Shigaraki Tomura existed in the wreckage of his final investment, and the wreckage was total. 12 high-end Nomus represented the absolute ceiling of what the League's resources could produce. Every quirk combination, every bioengineering iteration, every piece of technology the organization had access to poured into 12 creatures that were supposed to break Japan's hero infrastructure beyond repair. They lasted 87 minutes collectively. The math that had animated Shigaraki's planning, the belief that volume and simultaneous deployment could overwhelm what single-point defense could address, had been disproven with the finality of a theorem tested against reality and found insufficient. The League's remaining membership had fractured. The foot soldiers who had believed in the organization's capacity to challenge the existing order had watched that capacity eliminated in real time across 12 news feeds, and the belief died with the footage. Kurogiri remained. The Warpgate villain's loyalty was structural rather than belief-based. It operated at a level below choice, a function of whatever process had created him. Shigaraki remained because Shigaraki's identity was built on the conviction that the existing world deserved destruction, and convictions of that depth do die last, if they die at all. The assault on UA began at 2:17 a.m. on a Thursday. 3 warp gates opening at positions along the school's perimeter: south entrance, east training grounds, and the support building's roof. Kurogiri's remaining capacity pushed to its operational limit, each gate drawing from the same spatial displacement pool, each one smaller than his Hosu-era apertures but sufficient for the bodies that needed to pass through. Shigaraki came through the south gate. Kurogiri maintained position at the east gate, his mist body expanded to cover the aperture's full width. 7 remaining League operatives distributed between the 3 entry points. Capable fighters selected for the willingness to die rather than the ability to survive, which was the only selection criteria left when the target was UA and the defender was what it was. The school's security system triggered at 2:17 and 14 seconds. The alert went to Aizawa's quarters, it went to Nezu's terminal, it went to every faculty member on campus. It also went to the dormitory system, which meant it went to the suit's relay. Izuku was awake. He had been writing in Notebook 18, a construct generation theory refinement, the specifics of molecular compression at density levels the AI had never attempted. The alert arrived, and the notebook closed, and the armor deployed in the same motion, and the window that had been replaced after the Nomu night shattered outward for the second time. He was above campus in 2 seconds. The suit's sensors painted the situation in full. 3 breach points, enemy distribution, the faculty response already mobilizing. Aizawa was moving toward the south entrance with his capture weapon deployed. Midnight was heading for the east training grounds. Ectoplasm's clones were covering the support building. The AI flagged one target as priority: Kurogiri. The Warpgate villain was the League's tactical engine, the ability that made every operation possible, the power that had scattered Class 1A at the USJ and deployed 12 Nomus simultaneously 3 weeks ago. Every League operation that had ever occurred was enabled by this single capability. Remove the capability and the League's remaining members had arrived at UA with the exits sealed behind them. Izuku dove toward the east training grounds. Kurogiri saw him coming. The mist body expanded, filling the space between the buildings with spatial displacement energy, creating a field of warp potential that was designed to redirect anything passing through it to a location of Kurogiri's choosing. The defense was the same one that had scattered the class at the USJ. Make the approach vector itself the trap, redirect the attacker to a location that served the defender's purpose. The suit's AI had been analyzing Kurogiri's quirk signature since the USJ, 14 data points across 3 encounters. The spatial displacement operated on a specific energy frequency, a resonance pattern that created the connection between entry point and exit point through dimensional folding. The AI had identified the counter frequency. The counter frequency, when applied at the point of spatial generation, collapsed the fold before the connection stabilized. Izuku's right palm shifted. The molecular structure formed an emitter, different from the plasma cannon, operating at a frequency outside the visible light spectrum, generating a directed pulse of energy that vibrated at the exact frequency the AI had calculated as the counter to Kurogiri's spatial displacement. He fired at range. The pulse struck the center of Kurogiri's expanded mist body. The spatial displacement field collapsed. The warp gate behind Kurogiri, the one that was his exit, his escape route, his guarantee that the League could retreat when the operation went wrong, closed. The fold between locations ceased to exist, and the energy that maintained it dissipated into the air in a wave of harmless static that made the hair on Izuku's exposed skin stand up beneath the armor. Kurogiri's mist body condensed. Without the spatial displacement active, the villain's physical form was visible. The metal components at the core of the mist structure, the hardware that stabilized whatever remnant of a person existed at the center of the ability. The mist pulled inward, contracted, the spatial quirk trying to reactivate and finding the counterfrequency still resonating in the air around it. Izuku landed in front of Kurogiri. The distance was 3 meters. The mist villain attempted to reform the displacement field, the instinct of self-preservation driving the quirk toward activation. The AI sustained the counterfrequency through the palm emitter at a continuous output that required less than 1% of the suit's available power. "Your gates are closed," Izuku said. The voice through the armor carried the weight of a statement being made for the record rather than for the audience. Kurogiri's yellow eyes, the only human feature in the mist body, focused on the silver visor. Behind those eyes was whatever processing architecture decided Kurogiri's actions, and that architecture was running the math of a being that had just lost its defining capability 3 meters from the being that had taken it. The mist body lunged. Instinct. The last physical option, direct contact, the hope that the mist's properties could still interact with the armor's surface in some way that the counterfrequency had allowed. The mist washed over the silver plating and found nothing to interact with. The spatial displacement was gone. The mist without it was formless, purposeless, a body without its weapon. Izuku's left hand closed around the hardware at Kurogiri's center. The metal components, the stabilizing structure, the physical core that held whatever was left of the person who had been before the quirk consumed the identity. His grip found it and held it, and the plasma emitter in his right palm shifted from counter frequency to thermal output at a wattage calculated to exceed the hardware's material tolerance. The hardware failed. The mist that it stabilized had nowhere to go without the structure that contained it and the spatial awareness that directed it. It dissipated. The yellow eyes dimmed. The body ceased to cohere. What remained was metal fragments in Izuku's grip and a fading shimmer in the air that was already being taken by the wind. Kurogiri was eliminated. The warp gates were permanently closed. Izuku dropped the fragments and turned south. Shigaraki had reached the main building. He had come through the south entrance with the speed of someone who knows this is the final attempt and has pre-committed to every consequence. 2 League members flanked him. Quirk users whose abilities were defensive, body modification types who could generate barriers and absorb damage on his behalf while he moved toward whatever target he had decided represented the institution that needed to die. Aizawa met them at the corridor junction. His capture weapon took the first flanking villain in under a second, cloth wrapping around the barrier generator's arms and pinning them before the quirk could activate. His erasure found the second villain's quirk and canceled it, and his heel found the villain's temple in the same motion. 2 down. Professional speed. Aizawa's eyes found Shigaraki. Shigaraki's hands came up, all 10 fingers extended. The decay quirk radiated from them. The molecular dissolution that had been his identity weapon since childhood, the inherited power that defined his relationship to the world. He reached for Aizawa's capture cloth. The cloth touched his fingers and died. Dissolving from the contact points outward, the molecular bonds failing in a cascade that ate through the cloth like fire through paper, Aizawa released the cloth, let it go, stepped back. His eyes held Shigaraki's, and the erasure was active. But decay was an emitter-class quirk that required contact rather than active use, and erasure canceled the generation rather than the stored potential. The hands were still dangerous even under erasure because the quirk's residual charge on the skin maintained itself. The impact came from above. Izuku descended through the corridor ceiling. The roof structure parted around his entry, concrete and steel separating in a shower of debris that filled the hallway with dust and fragments. He landed between Aizawa and Shigaraki with the force of a body at maximum descent velocity, hitting an indoor floor. The floor cracked beneath his feet. The walls on either side bowed outward from the pressure. Shigaraki was 3 meters away. They looked at each other. Shigaraki's visible eye, the one that peered through the hand covering his face, found the silver visor. The eye carried everything the last year had built in this person. The obsession promised at the USJ, the fixation fed by repeated failure, the 6 months of planning that had produced 12 dead Nomus, the shrinking membership, the final bet of attacking UA with what remained. Everything in that eye was terminal velocity, toward an ending that Shigaraki had seen coming and chosen to race toward rather than away from. "I said I'd figure you out," Shigaraki said. "Did you?" Izuku said. The hands came forward, both of them. 10 fingers extended with the full intent of a quirk that had never failed against anything it touched. Stone, steel, flesh, the capture cloth of a pro hero, everything in the world that existed at the molecular level, yielding to the touch that said stop existing at the molecular level. They hit the chest plate. 10 fingers. 5 per hand. Every finger pressing flat against executive plating with the full commitment of someone who is making their last statement and wants the statement to be their best work. The decay activated. The molecular dissolution fired at every contact point simultaneously. 10 streams of destruction attempting to break the bonds that held Geldarian metal together, attempting to tell the atoms in the plating that they were free from their obligations to each other. The suit's counterphase system engaged. The same system that had defeated this exact attack at the USJ. The molecular restructuring that adapted the plating's bond patterns to counterphase the decay's dissolution frequency in real time. The system was faster now. 10 months of additional data, 10 months of the AI analyzing the decay quirk's mechanism from the sample captured at the USJ, 10 months of refinement. The counterphase was instant. The decay met the plating, and the plating said what it had always said to this quirk. The dissolution stopped at the surface. It spread 0 millimeters into the material. The molecular bonds held with the complete indifference of something that had been asked a question it already knew the answer to, and found the question uninteresting. Shigaraki's face changed. The eye behind the hand went wide. The breath left him in a sound that was less a word and more the audio signature of a person's central identity hitting a wall it had hit before and understanding, for the first time with total honesty, that the wall was permanent. The decay was his inheritance. It was the weapon that made him what he was. It was the ability that said the world could be unmade by his hands. And the unmaking was his birthright and his purpose. Against this material, against this armor, against this person, the inheritance was nothing. The birthright was nothing. He pushed harder. His hands shook against the plating. His wrists trembled with the effort of forcing more energy through a quirk that was already at maximum output. Veins stood visible beneath the skin of his forearms. His teeth were visible behind the hand on his face. Gritted, the jaw working. The physical expression of someone applying will to a problem that will does not solve. Izuku watched him. Behind the visor, green eyes observed the effort with the same attention they brought to everything. Analytical, comprehensive, filing every detail. He let it continue for 4 seconds. 4 seconds that served as the complete and final answer to whether this quirk would ever breach this armor. The answer had been delivered at the USJ. It was being confirmed now for the last time. On the 5th second, Izuku moved. His right hand came up and closed around both of Shigaraki's wrists simultaneously. The gauntlet's grip encompassed both forearms, the armored fingers larger than human proportions, the span sufficient to lock both wrists together in a single hold. The grip tightened past the point where the bones beneath flexed and kept going. Shigaraki's decay fired against the gauntlet's surface. The counterphase held. The dissolution met the plating and stopped, and Shigaraki's hands were trapped against a material they could never harm, held by a grip they could never break, inches from a chest they could never reach. The remaining hand on Shigaraki's face shifted. His free hand, the one the grip had released by consolidating both wrists, reached up and pulled the hand mask from his face. His full expression was visible for the first time. Young, exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the fight and everything to do with the lifetime before it. The eyes were red-rimmed, the mouth was thin. The face carried whatever it carried, and Izuku saw it and acknowledged it and did what he did next with full acknowledgement. He drove his left fist through Shigaraki's chest. The armor's output at point-blank range against a human body exceeded what the body could process by the kind of margin that made the number meaningless. The strike entered at the sternum, and the force traveled through everything between the entry point and the exit of biological function. Shigaraki's body went backwards and hit the corridor wall, and left a shape in the wall and slid to the floor, and was still. The decay quirk died with the brain that powered it. The molecular dissolution at every contact point ceased. Shigaraki Tomura's inheritance ended in a corridor of UA at 2:24 a.m., with his hands still extended and his mask on the floor beside him, and the target of his final attack standing above him undamaged. Aizawa stood in the corridor behind Izuku. His working eye was fixed on the result. His expression carried a complex construction, professional acknowledgement, something harder to name, that had to do with the responsibility of watching a student do what a student should never have to do. The simultaneous recognition that what the student had done was necessary, and that necessity did nothing to make it simple. "Did you ask permission this time?" Aizawa said. "He was in the building," Izuku said. Aizawa processed this, his eye blinked. "Fair." The League of Villains was operationally finished by 2:31 a.m. The remaining operatives, 7 total, distributed across the 3 breach points, were handled by UA's faculty with the speed of professionals whose combat readiness had been operating at elevated baseline since the USJ. Midnight Somnambulists took 2 at the East Gate. Ectoplasm's clones restrained 3 at the support building. The final 2 surrendered to Aizawa after Izuku walked past them in the south corridor, and the sound of his armored boots on the tile communicated everything about what resistance would achieve. Nezu's response arrived at 2:35 a.m. The principal appeared in the south corridor in his pajamas, a small white-furred figure with bright eyes that took in the scene with the comprehensive attention of a mind that processed environments the way cameras processed light. He looked at Shigaraki's body. He looked at the damage in the corridor. He looked at Izuku standing in the armor with the gold channels at standard output and the visor reflecting the hallway's emergency lighting. "The threat priority list," Nezu said. "How many entries remain?" 2, Izuku said. "Dimensional, and the intelligence behind the League." Nezu's tail curled, his eyes brightened with the specific interest of a genius encountering a student who thinks in the same frameworks he does. "You are aware of the intelligence behind the League?" "Yes." "How long have you been aware?" "Since the Nomu at the USJ had quirks that required harvesting from living hosts. The engineering implied a quirk that could transfer abilities between bodies. A quirk of that nature, operating for decades, accumulating power. The implications build themselves." Nezu regarded him for a long time. The regard was the kind a teacher gives a student who has passed a test the teacher was saving for much later in the curriculum. "Good," Nezu said. The word meant more than its single syllable conveyed. It meant the conversation would continue tomorrow in an office with the appropriate level of security classification. The dorm received the all clear at 2:44 a.m. 20 students who had been awake since the security alert, 20 teenagers who had heard the impacts through the building's walls and understood what was happening below them, received the notification that campus was secure. Most of them were in the common room. Most of them had been there since the alert, looking at each other with the energy of people who know the world is happening somewhere close. and they are being asked to wait while it does. Uraraka was at the window. She had been watching the campus from above. The emergency lights at the breach points, the movement of faculty, the brief, brilliant flash of gold at the south building that said the armor was active. When the all-clear arrived, she turned from the window and looked at the room and said, "It's done." And the two words settled across the common room like the period at the end of the last sentence of a very long chapter. 2 weeks after the League fell, the dimensional breach opened above Tokyo at 3:41 p.m. on a clear afternoon. The membrane tore from the other side. The energy signature was different from Hosu, concentrated rather than expansive, a forced entry rather than a natural failure. The tier was smaller, 100 meters across rather than a kilometer, and it was targeted. The location sat directly above the most populated district in the largest city on the island, and the choice was a message that said whoever was coming had done their homework on where human lives were densest. 4 figures dropped through. The evil mark came first. His body was different from Hosu. The chest carried new scarring where the antimatter core had burned him at the edge of space, tissue that had healed harder and denser in response to the trauma. His jaw was whole, but the set of it was different. The bone having reknit along slightly adjusted lines that made his profile read as someone who had been broken and rebuilt and had come out of the rebuilding angry in the way that only beings who are supposed to be unbreakable get angry about having been broken. Behind him, 3 Viltrumites, fresh, undamaged. Their bodies carrying the full capacity readings of a species that had arrived rested and prepared, rather than falling through an uncontrolled rift. Their suits were different from the leaders, matching uniforms in dark colors that said organized force rather than individual combatants. Military. Whoever controlled the infrastructure on the other side had sent soldiers rather than raiders. The suit's alert systems fired the instant the breach energy registered. Izuku was in class. English literature, present mic conducting, the lesson on paragraph structure that was about to become irrelevant to every person in the room. The AI's warning arrived in Geldarian, and the translation was the same word it had used at Hosu, extinction level. The addendum was new. Returning threat confirmed, reinforced deployment, breach mechanics indicate forced entry from opposing side. Izuku stood from his desk. Present mic, stopped mid-sentence. 20 students turned. The armor was already deploying. Silver liquid metal flowing from the collarbone band across Izuku's body in the fraction of a second that was all it needed. The plating sealing, the visor descending, the energy channels lighting gold in the classroom's fluorescent environment, with a brightness that made the lights seem dim. Uraraka said nothing. Her eyes found the visor, and behind it the eyes she knew were there, and her expression said what it needed to say without words. Bakugo's chair scraped backward as he stood. Instinct, the reflex of someone who wants to be part of whatever is about to happen. The armor's back-mounted thrusters primed, and the heat from the pre-ignition cycle raised the classroom temperature by 2 degrees in a single second. Izuku went through the wall. The structural material of UA's classroom building yielded to his exit the way everything yielded, completely. Immediately, the debris field from his departure spraying outward across the campus grounds in a cone of concrete fragments that rained down over the track field. He was above the school in under a second, above the city in under 2. The breach was visible from his current altitude, a blue-white tier in the sky above central Tokyo, smaller than Hosu's rift, brighter, the edges burning with the specific energy of force-dimensional transit. He hit maximum velocity and crossed the distance. The evil mark was descending through the breach when Izuku arrived. They saw each other at the same moment. Viltrumite senses and suit sensors registering the other's presence simultaneously across the 400 meters of air between them. The evil mark's expression shifted into something that had been rehearsed. The smile returned, wider than before, colder. "Came back for my jaw," the evil mark said. The words traveled through the thin atmosphere at this altitude, his fists clenched at his sides. His body began its acceleration. Izuku met the charge. He fired every thruster at maximum output and closed the 400 meters in the time between the evil mark's statement ending and the breath that would have followed it. His right fist led, the armor's gauntlet at full kinetic output, the energy channels along the arm burning white gold, the punch aimed at the exact point on the Viltrumite's face where the jaw had broken 6 weeks ago. The evil mark blocked. His forearm intercepted the strike at the wrist, Viltrumite reflexes operating at the level of someone who had spent the weeks since their last fight studying the replay in whatever memory system his species used, and had identified the incoming angle before it arrived. The block held. The force transfer went through his forearm and his shoulder absorbed it, and he slid backward through the air 50 meters and remained standing. His counter came immediately. Both fists in a hammer blow from above, the same technique the piledriver variant had used in Hosu, the descending strike that applied maximum gravitational assist to Viltrumite's strength. Izuku raised both arms in a cross guard. The hammer blow landed on his forearm plating, and the force drove him downward. 200 meters of altitude lost in an instant, his body accelerating toward the city below at a rate the thrusters fought to counteract. The 3 soldier Viltrumites engaged simultaneously. They hit him from behind while the leader's strike drove him downward. 3 bodies at full Viltrumite velocity impacting the armor's dorsal section at the same instant. Combined force exceeding what any single strike in the story had delivered, the mass and speed of 3 fresh combatants applied to a single target at a single moment. The armor rang. The sound was a bass note that traveled through Izuku's bones. The gold channels flickered, a single stutter in the power output as the absorption systems processed the combined input. Izuku felt the combined force as weight. Enormous, immediate, total. The thrusters firing at maximum could sustain him against 1 Viltrumite's output. Against 4 simultaneous applications, the math was different. The suit held, the plating held, but the net directional force was driving him toward the ground at an acceleration that would put him through the city if it reached the surface. He solved it with rotation, full body spin, thrusters firing in a rotational pattern, the suit generating a centrifugal force that flung the 3 soldiers outward from his back through the angular momentum of the turn. The bodies separated from his armor's surface and flew in 3 different trajectories. The leader's hammer blow arrived at the completion of the rotation, and Izuku redirected its force by angling his guard, taking the blow on one forearm tilted at 30 degrees, converting the downward force into a lateral vector that sent the energy sideways rather than down. He stopped falling. The battle spread across Tokyo's skyline. The evil mark came back in. His speed was higher than Hosu, 6 weeks of focused preparation showing in every movement, the flight path tighter, the acceleration steeper. He hit the armor's shoulder section with a haymaker that turned Izuku 90 degrees and followed with an elbow to the visor that cracked the faceplate along a new line. Izuku absorbed both and returned with a knee to the midsection that folded the Viltrumite around the joint, and a follow-up headbutt that found the bridge of the nose and broke it, blood between them. Both of them now. Viltrumite blood, the broken nose mixing with the droplet that escaped Izuku's cheekbone through the visor crack. The exchange was faster than Hosu, more informed, each one knowing the other's patterns from the previous encounter, each one having studied, each one having arrived with adjustments. The 3 soldiers recovered and came back in. They learned from the rotation, approaching from a flat plane rather than 3-dimensional angles, giving themselves breaking room if the centrifugal technique repeated. Izuku read the adjusted approach. His blade constructs manifested on both forearms. The Geldarian edge that had cut Viltrumite's skin in Hosu tuned sharper now, denser. The AI's continued refinement of the molecular compression, producing an edge that existed at a finer tolerance than 6 weeks ago. He intercepted the first soldier at engagement range and cut deep across the chest. The blade parted the uniform and the skin beneath in a single motion. Viltrumite blood sprayed in a line across the Tokyo sky. The second soldier saw the cut and adjusted, pulling back, respecting the edge, giving distance. Izuku closed the distance with a thruster burst, and the blade found the second soldier's bicep in a slash that severed the muscle. The arm went limp. The third soldier tackled him from behind. Full body restraint, arms locked around the armor's torso, the same crush grip technique that had been tried in Hosu with the same result. Izuku's blades retracted. His left palm shifted to plasma emitter. He fired it backward, behind him, point blank against the crushing soldier's face. The plasma hit Viltrumite's skin at 0 distance, and the thermal input at that range exceeded even Viltrumite tissue tolerance. The soldier released the grip and fell away with hands over his face, and the sound that came from behind those hands was raw. The leader hit him again during the soldier's release. Full body tackle at maximum Viltrumite acceleration, both arms around Izuku's waist, the momentum of the charge carrying them both through the glass facade of a commercial tower. Through the office floors, furniture and walls and support columns, disintegrating in sequence as two bodies at that speed converted everything in their path to debris, out the far side, through the building beyond. The evil mark drove them through 3 structures before Izuku got his hands on the Viltrumite's shoulders and pushed. The push at full suit output separated them by 200 meters. The evil mark arrested his momentum in the air and looked at Izuku across the gap, and the blood from his nose had already stopped. The healing factor closing the break, the tissue reasserting itself. "Better than last time," the evil mark said. The words were assessment rather than compliment. He was measuring. Comparing his experience to his preparation, Izuku said nothing. His visor was cracked. His armor showed impact stress at the shoulder section and dorsal plating where the combined strike had landed. A thin line of blood ran from the edge of the visor crack to his jawline. The suit systems were at peak, every metric at 100%, the antimatter reserve full, the weapon systems unfired at maximum output. The damage he was showing was surface. The damage he was about to deliver was structural. "I am the executive defender of Earth," Izuku said. The words landed in the space between them with the weight of gravity, each syllable arriving like a physical thing, each word carrying the total commitment of the being speaking them. "And you are dying today." He accelerated, maximum thrust. The gap closed in a fraction of an instant. His right fist found the evil mark's jaw, the same point, the same fracture location. And the force behind the punch was everything the suit could deliver in a single focus strike at full capacity. The jaw broke again. Same place, same crack. The bone that had healed harder and denser from the first break received the same force at the same location and found that the force had increased proportionally. The evil mark tumbled. Through the air, through a building, through another building. Izuku followed. Every movement was pursuit. Every breath was closing distance. He caught the Viltrumite at the exit of the second building and grabbed both wrists and pulled them apart, spreading the arms wide, pinning the Viltrumite in an open position that left the chest exposed. His right knee drove upward into the exposed rib cage with full thruster assist, and the ribs cracked. Viltrumite ribs cracking under a knee strike, the sound audible above the wind and the structural collapse happening around them. The 3 soldiers were still in the fight. Injured, the chest cut, the severed bicep, the facial burns, but Viltrumite regeneration was working on all of them and working fast. They converged again. Izuku released the leader and turned on the soldiers. He fought all 3 simultaneously for 18 seconds. The choreography was everything the executive suit was built for. Engagement against multiple Viltrumite-level combatants, the scenario that justified the classification. Blades and plasma and kinetic force applied in combinations that the AI had been developing since Hosu specifically for this engagement configuration. One blade found a soldier's throat during a parry that redirected the second soldier's strike into the third soldier's flight path. The plasma cannon fired through the gap between 2 approaching bodies and hit the one behind them. Every movement served 2 purposes. Every strike opened the next opportunity. The first soldier died at second 18. The blade transited the skull at the temple, the thinnest section of Viltrumite cranial bone, the point the AI had identified from autopsy data stored in archives centuries old. The body dropped from the sky and hit a building's roof and went through it, and the building held because Viltrumite bodies at terminal velocity were within the structural tolerance of Tokyo's modern commercial architecture. The second soldier died at second 31. Izuku grabbed him by the throat and flew him into the surface of Tokyo Bay at maximum descent velocity. The water parted around the impact in a column that rose 200 meters. At the bottom of the column's void, in the brief second before the water rushed back in, Izuku's plasma cannon fired point-blank into the soldier's chest. The water closed over them, and the thermal discharge turned the surrounding bay water to steam in a sphere 50 meters across. Izuku emerged from the steam cloud. The soldier remained beneath the surface. The third soldier, the one with facial burns, the one whose hands still covered the plasma damage, died trying to flee. He broke from the engagement at the moment the second soldier hit the bay. His flight trajectory said leaving, said retreating, said the assessment had been made, and the result was unacceptable. Izuku's blade construct extended to maximum length, 60 centimeters of compressed Geldarian metal, and the throw was a single-arm release at full suit output. The blade tumbled end over end across 400 meters of air and found the fleeing soldier between the shoulder blades. The molecular edge at that velocity and mass penetrated the dorsal spine completely. The body's flight capability ceased with the neural interruption and it fell. 3 soldiers eliminated in under 40 seconds. The leader remained. He was above the city now. High altitude, 2,000 meters, looking down at the destruction their fight had caused, the line of damaged buildings, the steam still rising from Tokyo Bay. His jaw was healing again. His ribs were healing. His expression carried something beyond rage and beyond assessment, and into the territory of something that might have been respect if respect could coexist with the desire to destroy. "You killed my soldiers," he said. "Was your soldiers," Izuku said. He rose to meet the leader at altitude. "Was." They fought. The final exchange lasted 114 seconds and covered 6 kilometers of airspace above Tokyo. Every blow landed by both parties was at full commitment. Nothing held back, nothing reserved, both combatants operating at the absolute maximum their bodies and abilities could produce. The evil mark hit the armor at every point. Finding the stress indicators the earlier combined strike had established, targeting the visor crack, the shoulder stress point, hammering the same locations with the focused intelligence of a fighter who understands damage accumulation. The visor cracked further. A second dent point formed at the left hip where a kick landed at a speed the thrusters could compensate for, but the plating could not completely deny. Izuku hit back harder. Every strike he landed carried compound force. The kinetic output of the suit added to the momentum of his flight speed, added to the construct-enhanced edge of whatever weapon his forearms were generating at the moment of impact. Cuts accumulated across the Viltrumite's body. Burns from plasma application at close range. The chest scar from the first fight reopened under a blade strike that found the weaker tissue there and exploited it. At second 89, the evil mark grabbed Izuku's shoulders and tried to repeat the Hosu technique, the upward launch, the carry to the edge of space. He fired his flight at maximum vertical. Izuku fired his thrusters in opposition. For 3 seconds, they were stationary. 2 forces equal and opposite, canceling each other's thrust output through pure opposition. The air between their bodies heated from the combined energy output until it glowed. Izuku broke the stalemate. He released his opposition thrust and let the Viltrumite carry them both upward for a single second, gaining 200 meters of altitude in that second, and then reversed everything. Every thruster, every directional output. Full force downward, plus both arms grabbing the Viltrumite's head and pulling it into the path of his descending knee. The knee hit the top of the Viltrumite's skull at full downward velocity, plus thruster assist, plus gravitational acceleration. The combined force concentrated on a single point, the crown of the skull, where the bone was thickest, where Viltrumite biology was at its most reinforced. The skull cracked. The sound was wrong, too deep, too permanent. The crack ran from the crown to the base of the skull in a single fracture line that the regeneration engaged on immediately. But the regeneration was already working on the jaw and the ribs and the chest scar and the dozen smaller wounds accumulated across the fight. The system prioritized. The skull fracture jumped the priority queue because it was the most lethal. The other wounds stopped healing. Izuku grabbed the Viltrumite's head with both hands, gauntlets on either side of the cracked skull. The Viltrumite's eyes were open, wide, still conscious, the awareness still present behind them. His hands came up and grabbed at the armored wrists. The grip was weaker than it should have been. The skull fracture was affecting motor function, the plasma core charged, chest section. Maximum output. The antimatter reaction building toward the same release that had been used at the edge of space in Hosu. The failsafe override, the full output vent, directed at a single target at 0 distance. The energy channels along the armor's entire frame went white. The gold became blinding, visible from the ground as a point of light above the city, brighter than the afternoon sun, casting new shadows on the streets below from an altitude of 2,000 meters. Izuku looked through the cracked visor at the Viltrumite's face. The face looked back. Between them was the total history of this conflict. Hosu, the edge of space, the sealed rift, the 6 weeks of planning and healing and returning, and now this, the end of the sequence. "Go home," Izuku said. The words were final. He fired the core. The release was total. The antimatter reaction's full energy output channeled through the chest plate at point-blank range into the Viltrumite skull held between his hands. The light was visible from orbit. Satellite systems across 3 nations registered the thermal event as an atmospheric anomaly. The heat at the point of contact exceeded what the Viltrumite skull's density could withstand. The skull failed. The body dropped. It fell from 2,000 meters with the particular trajectory of something that had ceased receiving any input from a nervous system. It hit the water of Tokyo Bay without changing its posture on the way down, and the splash was a column of displaced water that rose and fell and was gone. The body sank. Viltrumite density took it to the bottom without assistance, and Viltrumite regeneration could do nothing for a body whose central processing structure had been thermally destroyed beyond the reconstruction threshold. Above Tokyo, Izuku hung in the air with the armor's chest plate cooling from the release. The energy channels dimmed from white back to gold, and from gold to amber, and from amber to the steady, sustained glow of systems returning to standard operation after maximum output engagement. The visor crack had widened during the fight, a network of fracture lines across the faceplate that the suit's self-repair systems were already beginning to address, new molecular material flowing into the cracks like liquid metal filling crevices. The dimensional breach was still open. 100 meters of blue-white tier in the sky above central Tokyo, its edges flickering with the instability of a forced entry point being maintained from the other side. The AI reported, "Breach closure protocol available. Method, targeted antimatter pulse at membrane weak points. Reserve cost, 4%. The protocol had been refined since Hosu. The 62 days between the first seal and Indizioner now had given the AI enough analysis time to develop a closure method that was faster, cheaper, and left the membrane in a stronger state than the emergency seal had achieved." Izuku oriented himself toward the breach. He flew to its center point, into the blue-white energy that crackled at the rift's boundary, into the space between universes where the membrane was thinnest. The energy washed over the armor, and the suit's surface systems processed it as a familiar environmental condition rather than a novel threat. He fired the refined seal. 4% of the reserve, a targeted pulse that found the forced entry stress points in the membrane's structure and reinforced them with concentrated antimatter energy. Welding the tier closed from the inside, strengthening the surrounding membrane material, leaving the closure site denser and harder than the undamaged membrane around it. The rift closed. The sky sealed itself above Tokyo. The blue-white light collapsed inward and vanished, and the afternoon sky reasserted its dominance. Clear, blue, holding nothing between its edges that should have concerned anyone. The dimensional boundary was intact, stronger than before at the closure point. The thing on the other side of the seal, whatever command structure had sent the soldiers, whatever intelligence had directed the evil mark's return, found the membrane reinforced beyond what it had been and beyond what force could reasonably reopen. Izuku descended over Tokyo. Below him, the city was processing. Millions of people had seen the fight, visible from ground level as shapes moving at impossible speed between buildings, as the damage trail of broken structures, as the light show at 2,000 meters when the core fired. They had seen, and they were still looking up, and the silver figure descending against the afternoon sky was the image that would define the event in their memories. A woman on the street, business suit, briefcase, standing where she had stopped when the first sonic boom hit. looked up at the descending figure, and her face carried the expression of someone watching something she would tell her grandchildren about. A construction worker on a building 3 blocks from the damage zone had his phone raised and recording, and the footage would be viewed 40 million times in the next 24 hours. A child on his mother's shoulders pointed at the sky and something that the mother did not hear over the city's noise, but the pointing finger told the whole story. Hawks was on a rooftop. He had arrived during the fight, scrambled from his agency at the first breach alert, flying at maximum speed toward Tokyo, arriving in time to watch the final 30 seconds from a distance that his feathers told him was the minimum safe observation range. He had seen the core fire. He had seen the body fall. He sat on the rooftop's edge with his wings folded and his legs hanging over the side, and his expression doing something that his public persona had never been asked to accommodate. "Okay," he said again. The same word as Hosu, the same tone, the same meaning, the single syllable that contained his entire response to watching the world's threat landscape get rewritten by a teenager. He said it to the sky. The sky did not respond. It was busy being whole. The intelligence behind the League of Villains had been patient for 200 years. All for One had built an empire of stolen power across 2 centuries of accumulated quirks, each one taken from its original host through the mechanism of his primary ability, each one stored in his neural architecture like a weapon in an arsenal that grew with every decade. The empire had operated from shadow. The League was one face of it. The Nomu program was one tool of it. Shigaraki was one heir to it. All of these were expendable components of a system that had survived because its architect had never exposed himself to direct confrontation with anything capable of threatening his continued existence. The executive class tech jacket changed the calculation. All for One had been watching since the entrance exam. Through proxies, through surveillance Kai, quirks deployed at distances that the suit's sensor array had flagged, but could trace to their source through the information networks that 2 centuries of operation had embedded in every institution in Japan. He had watched the USJ, he had watched Hosu, he had watched 12 high-end Nomus eliminated in 90 minutes, and the League dismantled in 7 minutes. And the Viltrumite incursions handled with a finality that said the being inside the armor was growing faster than the extent against him. All for One made his decision the way he made every decision, with the cold, patient evaluation of outcomes that had characterized his 2 centuries of survival. The tech jacket had to be acquired. The bond between the suit and its host had to be broken. 2 centuries of quirk accumulation had given him tools for every scenario he had imagined. Molecular disruption, quirks, forced compatibility overrides, neural interference abilities that could scramble the connection between a consciousness and its body. He had been assembling the combination since the USJ. 7 quirks, each one selected for its interaction with a different layer of what his intelligence suggested the suit's bonding mechanism operated on. He was wrong about the bond. He was wrong about everything he believed regarding the tech jacket's mechanism, because the tech jacket was Geldarian technology, and Geldarian technology operated on principles that 2 centuries of quirk research had never encountered and could never have prepared for. But he did not know he was wrong, and the confidence of 2 centuries told him he was right, and the confidence brought him out of shadow. He appeared in Camino Ward at sunset. The location was chosen for its symbolism, the same district where his previous confrontation with All Might had occurred years ago, the place where the world's greatest hero had pushed past the limits of his body to deliver a victory that had cost him everything. All for One believed in symbols the way all architects believe in the structures they build. He stood in the street at the center of Camino with his scarred face visible and his quirk array active. The accumulated power of 200 years radiating from his body in a visible distortion of the air around him, each stolen quirk producing its own signature in the electromagnetic spectrum. The suit detected him from 400 kilometers away. The AI's sensors flagged the energy signature, massive, compound, the overlapping quirk frequencies creating a resonance pattern that read as the most complex single-entity threat in the suit's terrestrial database. The AI compiled the threat assessment in Geldarian, multiple quirks, estimated count exceeding 100 active systems, primary threat designation, the source intelligence. The words that followed were the AI's tactical recommendation: immediate engagement, maximum prejudice, zero restraint protocol. Izuku launched from UA's campus with the armor already at full deployment. The transit time to Kamino was under 2 minutes. He used every second of it reviewing the AI's analysis, the quirk signatures the sensors could read at range, the combinations that implied offensive intent, the 7-quirk cluster that the AI flagged as specifically designed to interact with the suit's systems. The AI's counter-analysis was running in parallel, developing responses to each identified quirk, building contingency protocols, preparing the molecular counterphase systems for whatever the 7-quirk combination would attempt. He arrived at Kamino at sunset. The sky behind him was orange and red, and the armor caught the dying light and turned it to gold on silver. All for One was waiting. The scarred face, eyeless, noseless, the features erased by whatever ancient injury had taken them, turned toward the approaching suit. The smile that formed on what remained of his features was the smile of someone who has been working toward a moment for months and has arrived at it with the confidence of thorough preparation. The executive class tech jacket, All for One, said. His voice was cultured, ancient, carrying the weight of 2 centuries of accumulated experience. I have been looking forward to understanding you. Izuku landed 30 meters away. The distance was strategic, within the engagement range of both parties, outside the immediate activation radius of whatever the 7 combination required. His thrusters held him at ready hover, feet centimeters above the ground. You won't understand it, Izuku said. You'll experience it. All for One activated. The first wave was physical. Strength-enhancing quirks layered 5 deep, each one multiplying the base output of the one beneath it. His body moved at a speed that said the stolen quirks included something from a speedster, something that enhanced reaction time, something that compressed the space between thought and action into nothing. He crossed 30 meters and threw a punch that carried the combined output of 5 multiplication quirks and 1 base strength quirk that had been strong enough to level buildings before the multiplication applied. Izuku caught it. The force was significant. The suit's absorption systems processed it at a level above what the Nomus had produced and below what the Viltrumites had delivered, a tier that demanded attention without demanding concern. The catch held. The gauntlet's fingers closed around the incoming fist, and the momentum transferred through the armor's systems and was neutralized. All for One's free hand fired. An energy quirk directed force emission at close range, the output shaped into a lance of compressed air that hit the armor's chest plate at a point-blank distance of 2 meters. The impact drove Izuku backward 3 meters. The plating held without damage, but the force was real, and the speed of the follow-up attack said this opponent thought in combinations rather than individuals. The next 6 seconds contained 15 different quirk applications. All for One cycled through his arsenal with the speed of a being who had spent decades learning to layer abilities in sequences that built on each other. Fire, force, structural manipulation, gravity distortion, molecular disruption, each one flowing into the next without pause, each one aimed at a different section of the armor, each one testing a different defensive system. The diversity of the assault was its strength. The suit's counterphase could adapt to any single frequency, but adapting to 15 frequencies in 6 seconds required the AI to operate at processing speeds that pushed even Geldarian architecture. Izuku took the barrage and advanced through it. Every step forward was a step into the next attack, and through it. Fire washed over the plating and the thermal regulation dispersed it. Force hit the chest and the absorption systems drank it. Gravity distortion tried to pin him to the street, and the thrusters burned it out. Molecular disruption found the surface, and the counterphase adapted in 1/100th of a second, and the disruption failed. 15 quirks in 6 seconds, and at the end of the 6 seconds, Izuku was inside All for One's reach, and his right fist was already loaded with the suit's maximum kinetic output. The strike caught All for One in the center of his chest. The force sent him through the street surface, through the asphalt, through the utility tunnels beneath, into the bedrock, and the crater that formed was deeper than any single impact had produced in the story. All for One hit the bottom of his own crater, and the stolen quirks working overtime to reinforce his body saved his life for the additional seconds the fight required to reach its conclusion. He rose from the crater with 7 quirks glowing around him in a visible aura, the 7-quirk combination, the one designed for the suit. All for One fired it. 7 simultaneous effects converging on Izuku's body. Molecular disruption at one frequency, neural interference at another, force compatibility override pulsing at a third, dimensional anchoring at a fourth, biological severing at a fifth, energy drainage at a sixth, and at the 7th frequency, something that read on the AI sensors as an attempt to rewrite the ownership protocols of whatever system the quirk holder believed the suit operated on. The combination hit the armor. The molecular disruption found the plating and the counterphase adapted. The neural interference tried to reach Izuku's brain through the suit's neural link, and the AI's firewall stopped it at the interface layer. The forced compatibility override searched for a compatibility protocol to override and found nothing. It recognized because Geldarian bonding mechanisms did not use compatibility protocols. They used cellular-level integration that operated below the layer any quirk could interact with. The dimensional anchoring tried to pin the suit's molecular structure in a fixed state, and the living metal's adaptive nature rejected the pinning by restructuring around it. The biological severing attempted to cut the bond between host and suit, and found the bond had no boundary to cut because the bond was the host. The suit's molecular structure woven into Izuku's cellular biology at a level that was him rather than attached to him. The energy drainage tried to pull power from the suit's systems, and the antimatter reactor's output exceeded the drainage rate by a factor of thousands. The ownership override searched for an owner and found one, and the owner was Izuku. And the override required something higher than the owner to override from Heim, and there was nothing higher. 7 quirks, 7 failures, 7 mechanisms designed through months of research to interact with the suit's bonding system, fired simultaneously at maximum output by the most powerful quirk user in 2 centuries, and every one of them finding nothing to grab, nothing to cut, nothing to override, because the technology they were trying to affect existed outside the framework their user understood. All for One felt them fail. His hand stayed extended. The 7 quirks remained active at full output. The energy between his palms and the armor's surface crackled and sparked with the interference patterns of 7 different frequencies, bouncing off a material they could achieve nothing against. His scarred face underwent something. The expression on what remained of his features. A face that had maintained composure through 2 centuries of challenges and victories and setbacks, cracked uncertainty, real uncertainty. The first genuine experience of it in decades. The first moment where the thorough preparation and the careful research and the patient accumulation of tools met a problem that none of the tools could solve. The 7 quirk combination was his best answer to the suit's bonding mechanism, and his best answer had just returned nothing, and the nothing was informing him with absolute clarity that everything he believed about this technology was wrong. "Your research was wrong," Izuku said. He stepped forward through the 7 active quirk streams. They washed over his plating like colored light. Visible, present, meaningless. "This is Geldarian technology. Your quirks don't apply." All for One pulled back. More quirks engaged. Defensive now, shields of compressed air and hardened tissue and spatial barriers layering around his body in a desperate construction of protection. The confidence of 2 centuries was gone. What remained was the survival instinct of something old enough to have learned what genuine threats looked like, and to understand that it was facing one. Izuku broke through the shields the way he broke through everything. His right fist went through the compressed air barrier, the kinetic force dispersing the compressed molecules with a single impact. His left blade went through the hardened tissue layer, the Geldarian edge parting stolen quirk material with the same efficiency it parted everything else. His body went through the spatial barrier, the suit's dimensional resistance, built into the plating since its creation by a civilization that had mastered dimensional transit, treating the spatial displacement as a minor environmental condition rather than a defensive structure. He was inside All for One's guard, inside every barrier, inside the last line of defense that 2 centuries of stolen power could construct. His right hand closed around All for One's face, the gauntlet's palm covering the scarred features, the fingers finding purchase on the skull beneath the tissue. All for One fired everything, every remaining quirk, every stolen ability, the full arsenal, 100+ quirks activating simultaneously in a panic response that said the being generating them understood what the hand on his face meant. The energy output from that many simultaneous quirks was massive, a storm of competing frequencies and forces and temperatures that hit Izuku's arm at 0 distance and washed around the armor like water around stone. Everything fired. Everything found the suit's surface. The suit held. The gauntlet held. Izuku held. 800 kilometers away, in a monitoring facility that UA maintained for exactly this category of event, Toshinori Yagi watched a live satellite feed. His thin body was seated in a chair that was too large for him. His hands rested on his knees. His sunken eyes were fixed on the screen with an intensity that made the rest of his body seem to disappear, as though everything he was had concentrated itself in the act of watching. On the screen, a silver figure held the face of the being Toshinori had spent his entire career fighting. The being Toshinori had sacrificed his body to defeat. The being that had taken everything from him and left him hollow and counting the years until the hollowness consumed what remained. A student. His student. 15 years old, holding that face in one hand with the same certainty that Toshinori had once held it with 2 fists and the full power of one for all and the absolute limit of what his body could produce. Except the student was holding it with ease. Except the student showed no strain. Except every quirk the enemy possessed was firing at once, and the student's arm remained steady and the grip remained closed. And the outcome was already visible in the posture of the one holding. Toshinori's hands trembled on his knees. His thin chest expanded with a breath that was longer and fuller than any he had taken in years. Something in his eyes, something that had been carried for a very long time, something with weight enough to bend a person toward the ground, released. He smiled. It was small. It was private. It belonged to the room and to the screen and to the moment of watching something he had spent his entire life trying to make possible become real through someone else's hands, someone better suited, someone chosen by a dying alien on a beach rather than a dying man on a city street, someone who had never needed the power to be told what to do with it. "You were always going to be enough," Toshinori said. The words were for the screen, for the image of the silver figure. For the boy he had never trained and never needed to, because the boy had arrived at the answer through his own path, and the answer was the same one Toshinori had spent 50 years trying to pass forward. On the screen, the silver figure tightened his grip. Izuku fired the plasma emitter from his palm. The configuration was direct. The emitter port embedded in the gauntlet's palm surface, the discharge path traveling from the palm's center into whatever the palm was holding. At this distance, with this target, the discharge path traveled directly into the skull of All for One. The plasma entered. The quirks stopped. Every stolen ability ceased simultaneously. 100+ active quirk signatures dropping to 0 in the same instant. The neural architecture that held them dismantled by thermal input that exceeded its capacity to maintain function. The storm of energy around Izuku's arm died. The air stilled. The last sound was the plasma discharge itself, and then the silence that follows the removal of something old from the world. All for One's body went slack. Izuku held it for 1 second, then he released. The body fell to the street at his feet with the particular sound of something that had been powerful and was now only weight. 2 centuries of accumulated threat. 2 centuries of shadow operation. 2 centuries of stolen quirks and engineered nomus and trained villains and institutional corruption, all of it traced back to the neural architecture that had just been destroyed by a Geldarian plasma emitter at point-blank range. The threat priority list updated. The top entry, domestic villain intelligence, changed status to eliminated. The AI's report in Geldarian was brief. Primary terrestrial threat removed. Institutional villain infrastructure source terminated. Remaining threat entries reduced to 0 active. Izuku looked at the body for 3 seconds. He looked at the crater in the street. He looked at the sky, sunset fading into dusk, the light retreating westward, the first stars becoming visible at the zenith. He flew home. The Hero Commission's response arrived 6 days later. A formal communication to UA's administrative office, followed by 3 commission representatives in person, followed by a legal framework document of 400 pages that attempted to classify the executive class tech jacket as a Class S regulatory asset, terminology that, if accepted, would place the suit under commission oversight, commission access protocols, and commission deployment authority. The document was thorough. The legal reasoning was solid within its own framework. The framework assumed that the suit operated within the same categorical system as quirks and quirk-derived abilities, and was therefore subject to the same regulatory architecture. Nezu received the representatives in his office with tea service and the particular hospitality of a genius who has been preparing for a conversation before the other party knew it would occur. His counterfiling was on the desk before the representatives finished their opening statement, a 12-page document written in language precise enough to cut, establishing the legal precedent that the tech jacket qualified as neither quirk nor quirk-derived technology and therefore existed outside the Commission's regulatory mandate. The legal argument was one layer. Beneath it sat a second layer that Nezu delivered in person, with the brightness of someone enjoying themselves. The practical reality that the Commission's enforcement mechanism, licensed pro-heroes, had been proven conclusively unable to interact with the suit at any level that constituted enforcement. The Commission could classify, it could regulate on paper, it could issue orders. The practical execution of any order against a being that had eliminated Viltrumites and dismantled All for One required someone capable of enforcing compliance. And the Commission's roster contained no one who qualified. The representatives read the counterfiling. They looked at each other. They looked at Nezu. Nezu's tail curled pleasantly. "You may escalate," Nezu offered. "I encourage it. I would find the resulting legal discovery process enormously entertaining." The physical intervention came the following week. 3 Commission-employed heroes, high-ranking, experienced, selected for their records of successful enforcement operations, arrived at UA's gate with the retrieval order and the specific energy of people executing a duty they have been told to execute, regardless of personal assessment. Izuku met them at the gate, in uniform. The silver band at his collarbone visible above his shirt collar. The armor undeployed, his body language carrying the particular weight of someone who is choosing to have a conversation rather than to have an engagement, and is communicating that the choice is a courtesy. He read the order. He looked at the 3 heroes. He looked past them at the media vehicles already assembling at the edge of the school's property. Cameras present because the Commission's filing had been leaked, because the retrieval order had been leaked, because everything about this was public now. "This order assumes authority over something that authority does not reach," Izuku said. His voice was even. It carried no aggression. It carried the certainty of someone stating facts rather than opinions. "The executive class tech jacket is bonded to me at the cellular level. It cannot be removed. It cannot be transferred. Attempting to remove it by force would require destroying my body, which your order does not authorize and which I would prevent regardless of authorization. The suit chose me. That choice is permanent and irreversible and exists outside every regulatory framework your commission has built, because your frameworks were designed for a world that did not include Geldarian technology. The world includes it now. Adjust your frameworks." The 3 heroes stood at the gate. They were professional enough to maintain neutral expressions, but the micro-expressions said everything. The recognition that what they were looking at was beyond the scope of what enforcement meant when applied to their own capability. The awareness that the order they carried was meaningful only if both parties agreed to treat it as meaningful. They left. The retrieval order went back to the Commission marked as unexecutable. The legal process Nezu had offered to entertain ran for another 3 weeks before the Commission withdrew the filing without public explanation. The explanation was private, and the privacy of it was the Commission acknowledging internally that some things exist outside institutional control, and the appropriate response to such things is adaptation rather than confrontation. In the 3 weeks between All for One's elimination and the Commission's withdrawal, the world changed. The Hero Commission's authority had always rested on the assumption that it commanded the strongest force available. That assumption was gone. The strongest force available was a 15-year-old student who answered to his own assessment of what needed defending and deployed his response at his own discretion, and the Commission's relationship to that reality was advisory at best. Pro-heroes understood this. The ones who had been at Hosu, at Tokyo, who had watched the fights from positions of spectatorship rather than participation. They understood what the Commission's filing meant, and they understood what its withdrawal meant, and they adjusted their understanding of the world's power structure accordingly. Endeavor understood it in the specific way that a man who has spent his life climbing toward a summit understands discovering that the summit is now irrelevant because someone has built a tower that goes past it. Hawks understood it with the particular lightness of someone who has always valued efficiency over hierarchy, and finds the new arrangement more efficient than the old one. The dimensional instability above Japan presented itself as a data point rather than an emergency. The suit's AI had been monitoring the membrane at the forced breach location since the Tokyo engagement. Continuous passive scans, the sensor array reading the dimensional barrier's structural state in real time and logging the data for pattern analysis. The pattern was concerning. The membrane at the forced breach point was healing, but the healing was incomplete. The forced entry technique the Evil Mark had used left residual stress in the membrane's structure, microfractures in the barrier between universes that were closing slowly rather than quickly, leaving a window of vulnerability that decreased by fractions of a percent per day but remained above zero. The AI's analysis concluded external force applied from the opposing universe at sufficient magnitude could reopen the microfractures before they fully healed. The window would close on its own in approximately 6 months. During those 6 months, the weakened membrane point was a viable entry vector for anything on the other side with the capability to exploit it. Something tried at 3:17 a.m. on a morning 4 days after the Commission's withdrawal. The suit's passive sensors detected energy building at the weakened membrane point. The signature was different from the previous breaches. Concentrated, focused, a directed beam of cross-dimensional force aimed at the microfractures from the opposing side. The membrane vibrated. The microfractures widened by imperceptible degrees. The energy built. Izuku was awake within a second of the alert. The AI's assessment was instantaneous. Forced breach attempt, probability of success within current membrane tolerance, decreasing with each hour as the microfractures healed, but currently non-zero. The recommended response, preemptive membrane reinforcement at the weakened point before the applied force could accumulate sufficient pressure to reopen the breach. He launched from the dormitory into the pre-dawn sky. Full armor, full power. The altitude above Tokyo was familiar now, a space he had occupied multiple times, a location in the sky that had become associated with the border between what Earth was and what wanted to get in. He climbed past the commercial flight ceiling, past the weather systems, past the atmosphere's final layer into the cold and silence of near space, where the stars were steady and the planet below was a curve of reflected city light. The weakened membrane point was visible on his sensors as a thin spot in the dimensional barrier. A location where the readings showed less density, less strength, less resistance to external force. The energy building on the other side was visible as a glow, faint blue-white, pulsing with the rhythm of whatever weapon or mechanism was being applied from the opposing universe. Izuku flew into the thin spot. The space between universes opened around him. He had been here before, during the Hosu seal, during the Tokyo closure, and the environment was familiar in the way that impossible things become familiar when you are the person who has to interact with them repeatedly. The gap between membranes was narrow here, the two universes pressed close together, separated by a barrier that was, at this location, thinner than it should have been. He could see both sides, Earth's sky behind him, a faint ripple of blue atmosphere, and ahead, the other universe's wrong colors pressing against the membrane from the far side. The energy source was visible from between. A weapon on the other side, a device or a being or both, pressing concentrated dimensional force against the membrane at the weakened point. The microfractures were visible as hairline cracks in a structure that should have been seamless. The energy was widening them. Slowly. Imperceptibly. But widening. The AI presented the solution, the permanent membrane reinforcement construct. 6 months of theoretical development since Hosu, refined after each subsequent closure, optimized during the processing time between engagements. A construct of Geldarian molecular material generated from the suit's structure, designed to bond with the dimensional membrane's own composition and reinforce it at the weakest points. The construct would integrate with the barrier and become part of it, strengthening the membrane permanently, healing the microfractures through material addition rather than waiting for natural closure. The cost was energy. Significant energy, 15% of the antimatter reserve to generate enough construct material to cover the full weakened zone. The suit would recover the expenditure within 12 hours. The membrane would never need this intervention again. Izuku deployed the construct, his hands extended. The suit's molecular structure flowed from the gauntlets, silver-gold material streaming from his palms like liquid, spreading outward across the membrane's surface in both directions. The construct expanded as it contacted the barrier, Geldarian molecular material bonding with the dimensional substrate, filling the microfractures with living metal that adapted to the membrane's composition and became part of its structure. The silver gold spread like a repair growing across damaged skin, covering the weakened zone meter by meter, sealing each microfracture as it reached it, building density at every point it touched. The energy from the other side hit the construct. The weapon, whatever it was, struck the reinforced membrane at the exact point it had been widening and found the point no longer weak. The construct material absorbed the energy and redistributed it across the full membrane surface. The weapon pushed harder. The membrane held harder. The relationship between applied force and structural resistance had been permanently altered in favor of the barrier. On the other side, something tried for another 30 seconds. The energy built to its maximum available output and hit the reinforced membrane at full force and achieved nothing measurable. The construct held, the membrane held. The microfractures that had been the viable entry vector were filled with material that was stronger than the undamaged membrane surrounding it. The energy withdrew, the other side went silent. The weapon, the attempt, ceased. Whatever intelligence had been applying force found the resistance permanent and made its assessment and stopped. The silence that followed was different from previous post-closure silences. It was final rather than frustrated. It was the silence of something that had tried its last viable approach and found the approach insufficient and had run out of alternatives. Izuku hung in the space between worlds and watched the construct complete its integration. The silver-gold material had bonded fully, invisible now against the membrane's natural composition, indistinguishable from the barrier itself. The weakened zone was gone. The location that had been Earth's vulnerability since the Hosu Rift was now among the strongest points in the entire dimensional membrane. The repair was permanent. Self-sustaining, complete. He looked at the other universe through the sealed barrier. The wrong-colored sky on the far side was visible as a faint impression through the reinforced membrane. Visible but unreachable, present but separated by a wall that would hold against anything either side could apply to it. The door was closed. For the last time. In a way that meant last. Izuku turned back toward Earth. The descent was everything the Hosu descent was and more. Full power, full capacity, every system running at optimal performance with the steady assurance of technology that had been tested against the worst available threats and found sufficient. He came down through the atmosphere in a controlled arc that took him across the curve of the Earth, the morning light catching his armor and turning it to a falling star visible from below. The common room at UA received no alert. There was no threat to alert about. The sensors showed nothing happening above Japan except the descent of a single armored figure returning from altitude, a routine event by now, a sight that the monitoring systems logged without urgency. But Uraraka was awake. She was in the common room because she had been awake since the AI's passive alert had triggered a secondary notification in the relay system that Izuku had quietly linked to her phone 3 weeks ago, a system that told her, without detail, when the suit's combat or dimensional protocols engaged. She had been sitting on the couch in the common room with a blanket over her legs and her phone face up on the armrest showing a single green indicator light that meant active. The indicator went from green to blue. Blue meant returning. She waited. The sky through the common room window was lightening, pre-dawn gray, shifting toward the first color of morning. She watched the window, and at the moment the first orange touched the horizon, she saw him, a point of silver gold in the sky descending, the speed reducing from the atmospheric blur to the controlled approach speed he used for campus arrival. He grew larger in the window. The details resolved, the shape of the armor, the light of the energy channels, the posture of someone returning from something that required doing and has been done. He landed on the lawn outside the dormitory building. The armor retracted as his feet touched the grass, silver flowing back to the collarbone band, leaving him standing in his sleep clothes with bare feet on damp grass and the first light of morning making his hair catch the color. Uraraka was at the door before he reached it. She opened it and looked at him, and the look contained the 6 months of everything. Watching the entrance exam footage, sitting beside him in class, tracking his movement patterns during exercises, saying, "Go," to an empty hallway, watching feeds and holding reality together through attention. The look contained all of it, and he met it, and between them was the particular weight of two people who have understood something about each other for a long time and are finally standing in a moment where the understanding has space to exist without something exploding. "Done," she said. He said. She nodded. The nod was everything. He came inside. The door closed. The morning continued. In another part of the building, in a room whose occupant had been awake since the same relay alert triggered on his phone, because Izuku had linked the secondary notification to 3 people and Ida was among them, a decision that had been forming for weeks completed itself. Ida stood at his window and watched the silver figure descend and land and become a boy on a lawn, and he felt the resolution settle with permanence. What he had witnessed across the months since the USJ, what the armored figure had done and been and become, was the answer to the question Ida had been asking since his brother's legs were taken. The answer was, heroism at its highest was protection applied without limit and without hesitation, and the person delivering it did so because the alternative was a world where the protection did not exist. That was sufficient. That was the whole answer. Ida accepted it the way you accept something that reshapes you, completely, irrevocably, with gratitude for the clarity. Bakugo was awake. He had been awake since the relay alert. Yes, he was the third, because Izuku had offered the connection and Bakugo had accepted it without explanation, and both of them understood what the acceptance meant without needing to say it. He was sitting on his bed with his phone on his knee and the blue indicator light reflecting against his face in the room's dimness. The light said, returning. The light said the thing that needed doing had been done, and the person doing it was coming back. Bakugo looked at the blue light for 11 seconds after it appeared. He exhaled through his nose. He put the phone face down on his nightstand and lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling. And what was on his face was something he had spent 15 years building walls around, and something that the walls had become irrelevant to containing. He would never say it. He would never explain it. He would never discuss it with anyone, including himself. But the thing on his face when the blue light said returning, the brief, involuntary, undeniable response of a body that was relieved, was real, and he let it be real in the privacy of his room in the seconds before he rebuilt the walls. Toshinori Yagi received a notification at 5:47 a.m. A single message from Nezu. Membrane status confirmed stable, dimensional threat assessment downgraded to 0. All clear. Toshinori read the message on his phone in bed. His thin body lay in sheets that were too large for him, and the phone's light made his face skeletal, and the message's contents made his face do something that the skeleton beneath could barely accommodate. The smile from the monitoring room, the one he had worn watching Izuku hold All for One, returned. Smaller this time. More private. The smile of someone for whom a long watch has ended and the ending is good, and the goodness is sufficient to justify every moment of the watch. He put the phone on his chest and looked at the ceiling and thought about a Geldarian who crashed on a beach and chose a boy with burned hands, and how everything that followed, everything, the entire story, every villain eliminated and every city defended, and every dimensional breach sealed, traced back to that single choice made by a dying being who saw something worth betting existence on in the 14-year-old who ran toward fire. "You chose well," Toshinori said, to the Geldarian, to the ceiling, to whoever in the universe was listening. The words were small in the room, and they meant everything. 3 days later was a morning like every other morning at UA. The class assembled. Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag with the specific energy of a man who has processed multiple national-level catastrophes in the span of a semester, and has decided to maintain his pedagogical approach regardless, because consistency is the last thing a teacher can offer when the world outside the classroom has lost all claim to predictability. Izuku sat at his desk near the window. Notebook 18 was open. His pen moved across the page in the small, neat handwriting that had filled 17 previous volumes, each one a record of a different stage of his understanding, each one a layer in the architecture of knowledge he had been building since age 4 when the world told him he was incomplete and he chose to be thorough instead. Uraraka leaned over. Her eyes found the page. The content was different from the analytical entries that had filled the previous notebooks. The combat breakdowns, the quirk profiles, the suit system documentation. This page was blank except for a number at the top. Notebook 18, and below the number a single line. Things to protect. She looked at the number. She looked at him. The look between them held everything the months had built and everything the future would build. And the duration of the look was exactly as long as it needed to be to communicate both of those things simultaneously. "New project," she said. "Ongoing," he said. In the evening, after class, after homework, after the rhythm of ordinary academic life had reasserted itself over the extraordinary events that bookended it, Izuku went to his room and closed the door and stood in the center of the space and called the armor. The silver band at his collarbone pulsed. The living metal flowed. It covered him in the motion that had become as familiar as breathing. The plating sealing from throat to toe in under a second, the visor descending, the energy channels lighting gold in the room's dimness. He stood in the full executive class tech jacket in the silence of his dorm room, and the suit hummed around him with the steady vibration of a system at peak function. He put his hand on the chest plate. His gauntlet's palm rested over the core, the antimatter reactor at the center of the system, the power source that fed everything. The suit was. Through the gauntlet, he felt the pulse, steady, strong, the rhythm of something alive and bonded and unconditionally his, in a way that transcended ownership and existed in the territory of identity. The suit was his because he was the suit's. The relationship was mutual. The bond was cellular and permanent, and every day it strengthened because every day the host grew and the growth fed back through the integration, and the suit grew with him. He felt the AI's presence in his mind, the companion that had been with him since the collarbone band first bonded, the Geldarian intelligence that spoke in a language he now thought in during his most focused moments. The AI was silent, in the way a person is silent when there is nothing that needs saying, and the silence itself is the communication. Every system green, every thread addressed, every scan returning stable readings across every domain the suit monitored. The silence was the sound of a completed mission list and a future that belonged entirely to whatever he chose to do with it. He stood in the armor for 1 minute. Then he retracted it, and the silver flowed back to the band, and he was a boy in his school clothes in his room, and the room was ordinary, and the evening was ordinary, and the ordinariness of it was the point. The extraordinary existed to make the ordinary possible. The armor existed to defend the world, where classrooms and homework and the sound of his classmates in the hallway outside could continue to happen without interruption. He was extraordinary so that they could be ordinary. That was the function. That was the purpose the Geldarian had seen in the 14-year-old who ran into fire. The following morning, Izuku left campus before dawn. He walked to Dagobah Beach. The route was familiar. Every street corner, every turn, the muscle memory of 8 months of 4 a.m. departures still stored in his body's autopilot. The beach was empty. The garbage that had once built a mountain range along the shoreline was gone. 9 months of morning labor eliminating the first portion, and the crash eliminating the rest in a moment of alien arrival that had changed everything. The sand was clean. The water came in over a smooth surface that reflected the pre-dawn sky in long, unbroken sheets. Above the high tide line, a piece of alien hull plating stood upright in the sand. The edges were still visible despite the months of oxidation. Geldarian metal resisting Earth's atmosphere the way it resisted everything. The degradation minimal, the piece recognizable as the marker Izuku had placed over a grave 11 months ago. He stood at the water's edge and looked at the marker and said nothing, because the silence between them was the same silence it had always been. Honest, full, carrying everything that words could not improve. He stayed for 2 minutes. The waves came in and went out, and the sky lightened, and the grave kept its occupant, and the occupant's gift pulsed against Izuku's collarbone in a rhythm that was both greeting and gratitude from the technology its creator had worn. He left the beach and walked to school with the morning light at his back and the silver band warm against this skin, and the world continuing because he was in it and the being in it was enough. That evening, Izuku returned to the sky. He waited until the last class ended and the dormitory settled into its evening routine, and then he left through the window for the last time this story would follow him. The armor deployed mid-exit, silver flowing across his body in the air between the window frame and the first meter of open sky. The plating sealing before gravity could establish itself, the thrusters firing before the arc of his exit began to curve downward. He went up. Straight up. Through the campus airspace, through the commercial flight ceiling, through the weather systems and the thin air and the blue fading to indigo and the indigo fading to the final layer before space. He climbed until Japan was a shape below him, and the shapes of the continents were visible at the edges, and the horizon curved, and the sky held nothing above it except stars and the distance between them. He hovered. The thrusters held him in place against the planet's pull, stationary, positioned above the country he had defended at every scale the world could generate threat. The suit's systems were silent, every sensor returning stable readings, every scan showing a world where the threats that had escalated from the USJ to the dimensional incursions to All for One had been addressed with finality, and the finality was holding and would hold. From here, the planet was enormous. The blue, green, brown expanse of it curved away in every direction, and the lights of civilization were visible on the night side, and the weather systems turned in slow spirals, and the atmosphere wrapped everything in a thin blue line that was fragile from this distance and unbreakable from the perspective of what he had placed between it and the things that wanted through it. The sky was whole, from one horizon to the other, from the eastern edge where the sun was rising across the Pacific to the western edge where the stars still held. The sky showed nothing that threatened. The dimensional membrane was sealed and reinforced. The Viltrumite presence was eliminated. The domestic villain infrastructure was dismantled at its source. The threat priority list in the AI's database was empty. Every entry addressed. Every line resolved. The list was blank for the first time since a burning ship had landed on a beach and a dying alien had given everything he had to a boy who deserved it. Izuku looked up, past the atmosphere, past the orbital debris and the satellites and the familiar infrastructure of human presence in near space. He looked at the stars, the ones the Geldarian had come from, the ones that held whatever else existed in the universe that might someday require addressing. The look was not searching, the look was not warning, the look was the expression of someone who has accepted what they are without reservation and has found the acceptance sufficient to build a life on. The energy channels along the suit's frame burned gold, steady, unwavering. The antimatter reactor's pulse traveled through the living metal and made it glow with the light of a power source that would never deplete, and a bond that would never break, and a purpose that would never diminish. The gold burned against the black of space, and the silver plating caught the light of the rising sun. And the figure at the edge of Earth's atmosphere was visible for a moment. If any satellite had been aimed at the right coordinates, if any observer had looked at the right patch of sky at the right moment, as a point of light that did not belong to any constellation but burned with the same certainty as the ones that did. Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, quirkless by the taxonomy that the world had built to measure what people were, carrying the most advanced suit of armor in 2 galaxies because he ran toward fire at 14, and a dying being saw in that choice everything the suit was built to amplify. The executive defender of Earth. The title was descriptive. It had always been descriptive. The description was complete. The gold channels burned steady against the sky, and the sky held its color, and the world kept turning beneath him. And somewhere on a beach, a piece of alien metal stood above a grave and honored the being who had seen what this boy would become before anyone else in any universe had the sense to look. The stars held their positions. The suit hummed at rest. The morning came.
The hero roster. A massive salute to the legends backing this journey. Your support is what keeps the momentum at an all-time high and the dream moving forward. You guys are the absolute best. Pro heroes. The elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. DA, Fire 05.
Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundations solid and the hype at an all-time high. Aries Bryant, Jonah Wheeler, T-Mac, XXHJRI 3AS 7X. Wolf, Hyper Beams, Michael Murphy, Grand Region Kell, Sin Hunter, Deshaun Jones, Logan Bland, Alexander Johannes, Alex Morgan, Ray Various, Blaze, That Other Guy Too, Chad Reynolds, Zachariah Allison, T. Mackey 68 Rimuru, Nuh-uh, Kelvin Bowman, AZ Othros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Lone Wolf, The Lone One, Jacob Rops, Bully Maguire Shadow, Ameri B, Neostar Productions, Aciel Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega,
Akuma no Akami, Chris Talley, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK8er, Akeno Himejima, Corey Tokars, Kwan Yen Thompson, Yan, Devin Black, Crow, Dasher Games, Joe Bros, Rai Von Crimson River, Dante Alistor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, Howie 60, Ignacio, Carlos Terry.
Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact literally shines across the galaxy. Void Rot, Chaos Umbre, Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Keishon, Tayshawn Palmer, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Debs, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, Ike's Shoot 50, Greg Green, James, Juan, Zeno KJ.
If you're not subscribed yet, what the hell are you doing? Smash that like button, turn on notifications, and subscribe for more unfiltered MHA what-ifs that hit harder than Deku's plasma core. Thanks for watching, Legends. I'll see you in the next one.